This meeting will please come to order. Will the clerk read the call of the meeting and return of service? And unless there is some objection, we will dispense with the reading of the warrant.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Town of Duxbury, Town Meeting Warrant, Saturday, March 12th, 2022 at 9:00 a.m. Duxbury High School and Middle School Gymnasiums, 71 Alden Street, Duxbury, Mass. Plymouth SS, greetings to the Constable of the Town of Duxbury in said county. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the Town of Duxbury qualified to vote in elections and in town affairs to meet in the Duxbury High School and Middle School Gymnasiums, 71 Alden Street in said Duxbury on Saturday, the 12th day of March, 2022, next at 9:00 in the forenoon for the transaction of any business that may legally come before said meeting. And you are hereby directed to serve this warrant by posting attested copies thereof as prescribed by Mass General Law, Chapter 39, Section 10, and by Chapter 2, Section 2.3.1 of the Town of Duxbury General Bylaws at least 7 days before the time of holding said meeting. Hereof fail not and make due return of this warrant with your doings thereon to the Town Clerk at the time and place of this meeting. Given under our hands this 14th day of February 2022, Board of Selectmen, Amy M. McNabb, Chair, Fernando Guitart, Vice Chair, Cynthia Ladd Fiorini, Clerk, Theodore J. Flynn, Michael McGee. Plymouth SS, February 24th, 2022. Pursuant to the warrant, I have this day notified and warned the inhabitants of the Town of Duxbury, herein described, to meet at the time and place and for the purposes as described by the bylaws of the town. A true copy attested, Mitchell Lebret, Constable of Duxbury.
I ask you to please stand for the presentation of the colors by the Honor Guard of the Duxbury Fire Department. I ask you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Due to the COVID virus and concern for safety, for the third time we are meeting in this high school gym. I hope that this is the last time we're going to be meeting in the high school gym for this purpose. The chairs are spaced 6 feet apart. Face masks are not required, although face masks and hand sanitizer is available in the outer room. I want to start by thanking everyone for finding time to come out on a Saturday, a rainy Saturday as it is, to conduct the important business of the town. And I'd first like to introduce you to some of the people you see in the front of the hall. On my right, your left and far end is the Finance Committee, Betsy Sullivan Chair, Friend Weiler. The rest of the Finance Committee is sitting behind them. I'm not sure you can actually see them. Trust me, they're there. To my immediate right is our Town Clerk, Susan Kelly, and Linda Savati, our Assistant Town Clerk. At the far end of the row of tables on my left, your right, is Town Council, Jeff Blake, and sitting next to them, are the, whoops, I've lost some of our selectmen. We have some of our selectmen sitting there. The other two are in the back. They weren't naughty. They're allowed. We just ran out of space. I'm sorry, I spent a lot of time in schools. I somehow thought that maybe that was the naughty table. And then to my immediate left is Rennie Reed, Town Manager, and John Adams, our Finance Director. My name is John Tuffy, and I'm the moderator. We have an assistant moderator, friend Weiler, who will help should something happen that requires his need. We also have some special guests with us today, and that is a representative for Senator O'Connor, Greg Denton, and our state representative, Josh Cutler. And I know they have a few things to say, so I would ask them to come up at this point in time.
Morning, everyone. It's good to see everybody again for all this time. Senator O'Connor had another commitment, but we're delighted that he has his staff members, Chief of Staff Greg Denton, here with us. Senator O'Connor and I are proud to represent the town of Duxbury in the state legislature. And today we're here to recognize some folks who have contributed to the town of Duxbury collectively, it's hard to believe this, for more than 100 years. So I know some of these folks are going to be mad at me for doing this, but we're going to move forward and recognize them anyway. So I would ask Gordon Cushing to come forward. Where's Gordon? So I'll start while Gordon makes his way here. Gordon Cushing's career in the town of Duxbury spans some 5 decades. He has served as the town's recreation director since 1988. During his lengthy tenure, Gordon has led the growth and development of the town's highly successful recreation department, providing fun and affordable programs for many generations of Duxbury youth of all ages. He has brought all manner of recreation options to the town to ensure programming for every season, every interest, and every age. He was even ahead of the curve, bringing pickleball courts to Duxbury back in 2015, before I'd even heard of pickleball. We got some pickleball fans in the back. As recreation director, Gordon also successfully managed the operations of not only the recreation department, but also the Percy Walker Pool and North Hill Country Club. Just last year, he and his department were tasked to take over beach operations for Duxbury Beach, which had a successful first year. He has served as the ex officio member of the North Hill Advisory Committee, as well as the Recreation Activities Committee. A Duxbury native, Gordon is also the boys' high school basketball coach and was for many years the boys' high school baseball coach. He led the Dragons basketball team to a state title in 2006. Gordon has been a dedicated municipal employee for the town for over 30 years, and he will be greatly missed. Gordon, we're here to thank you and congratulate you, and I hope we're still friends after this little presentation. And I know Greg from Senator O'Connor's office has a formal citation from the House and the Senate that he would like to read.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak briefly. And on behalf of Senator O'Connor, congratulations and best of luck to you in your retirement and moving on to new ventures. So, on behalf of the House and the Senate, we have a citation for you. And it reads, "Be it known that the Massachusetts State Senate and House of Representatives hereby extends its congratulations to Gordon Cushing in recognition of your 37 years of dedicated service to the town of Duxbury, for your exceptional leadership as Recreation Director, and for your outstanding commitment to public service. Be it further known, the Massachusetts House and Senate extend its best wishes for continued success." Signed by the Speaker of the House and the Senate President, and Representative Cutler and Senator O'Connor. Congratulations. Very nice. Just gonna say one thing.
No, don't stand up. Get down. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Much appreciated. It's been my honor and privilege to work for the town that I grew up in. It was a lot of fun, worked with a lot of great people, and I wish the town of Duxbury good luck in the future. Thank you.
Can we have Joe Grady come down? Joe Grady has served the town of Duxbury for 45 years in one capacity or another. He started his career as a seasonal beach worker in June of 1977 and later worked as a foreman for the newly formed Lands and Natural Resources Department. In 1988, he was appointed as the town's first, and still only, conservation administrator. During his remarkable tenure serving the town, Joe has played a key leadership role in working to protect and preserve the natural beauty of Duxbury. Just a few highlights of his work include developing the Duxbury local wetland bylaw and supporting regulations, facilitating the purchase and permanent protection of over 1,500 acres of conservation land, managing over 3,300 acres of town-owned land, including 7 working cranberry bogs, 5 hay fields, and a working Christmas tree farm. I feel like that could be a song. Constructing over 100 miles of mapped walking trails, obtaining over $4 million in grant funding for a variety of local environmental projects, supervising the reconstruction of the Island Creek fish ladder, serving as municipal manager for the construction of the Snug Harbor and Bay Road shared municipal sewer system, and managing a multitude of projects to benefit Duxbury Beach, including work on beach grass planting, overseeing traffic patterns, sand fencing, and protecting endangered species. And I edited that list down, just for the record. Joe also serves on a lengthy list of town committees, including trustees of Duxbury Beach Reservation, Duxbury Coastal Planning Committee, Duxbury Beach Committee, Town Growth Study Committee, and Duxbury School Building Committee, which we are standing in today. He is the recipient of the Conservation Administrator of the Year Award by the Mass Association of Conservation Commissions in 1998. I think they should name the award after you. And is past president of the Massachusetts Society of Conservation Professionals. It is my distinct honor to join with all of you in thanking and welcoming and congratulating Joe Grady on his lengthy career serving the town of Duxbury. Thank you, Joe. And I know, well, hold on. I know Senator O'Connor's staff has another Senate proclamation to read. We'll give him a standing O after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, congratulations and a remarkable career. On behalf of the State Senate and the Massachusetts House of Representatives, we also have a citation in recognition of your amazing work here in Duxbury. Be it known that the Massachusetts House and Senate extends its congratulations to Joseph Grady in recognition of your 45 years of dedicated service to the town of Duxbury, for your exceptional leadership as conservation administrator, and for your outstanding commitment to public services. Again, congratulations. Amazing career. Thank you.
I just want to thank all of you. None of this work could have been done without all of you supporting me and working together with me. I think the good news here is that being a conservation guy, I'm into recycling, and you can be sure that I'm going to be recycled into some of these committees here. So I'll continue to help out and work for the town of Duxbury. So thank you very much.
But there's more. Can we have Fire Chief Kevin Nord come forward? Where's Kevin? Oh. Kevin. So Kevin Nord started his career 44 years ago as a call firefighter with the Kingston Fire Department. He worked his way up from firefighter to EMT to paramedic and finally to captain in 1994. In October of 2004, he was chosen from a pool of 30-plus applicants to serve as Duxbury's new fire chief, succeeding retiring Chief Bill Harriman. Over his nearly 18-year career in Duxbury, Chief Nord has modernized and professionalized the department and raised training standards, making Duxbury Fire Department a model department respected across the state. Some major accomplishments during his tenure include developing and implementing advanced life support service, overseeing the expansion of the main fire station on Tremont Street, hiring additional firefighters and diversifying our workforce, including new female firefighters, developing a regional dispatch center for police, fire, and emergency medical services, known as the ROC. Throughout his career, Chief Nord has emphasized the importance of training and regionalization. All the way back in 1989, he created a regional association to improve firefighter safety across the county. He was responsible for oversight and providing leadership for 5 programs and committees, which included a technical rescue team. He is the founder and acting director for the countywide technical rescue team, serves as chair of the State Technical Rescue Council, and runs the Southeastern Massachusetts Technical Rescue Team, including a helicopter aviation rescue team. He also serves as the head of Duxbury's Emergency Management Agency, dealing with issues at the Pilgrim Nuclear Power Station. He and his team worked quietly behind the scenes to make sure the town qualified for state grants to bring more equipment and training resources to Duxbury and reduce the fiscal burden on town taxpayers. There's a saying in emergency management that the worst time to exchange business cards is during a disaster. Chief Nord has always been keenly aware of that and worked proactively to make sure the lines of communication were always open. Whether it was working with his colleagues in other towns, MEMA and FEMA, local elected officials, our federal representatives, or folks like myself and Senator O'Connor, we always knew that Chief Nord was accessible, available, and ready for help. I've been around long enough to remember when former Chief Harriman left, and the general consensus then was that he was leaving Kevin Nord some pretty big shoes to fill. Well, today I'd say those shoes have gotten a lot bigger. Congratulations, Chief, and thank you.
Chief Nord, you've been an amazing partner for our office, and like Representative Cutler said, it's just been amazing to see what you've done for the town and really the South Shore region. I know that you're acutely involved with a lot of things on the federal level and state, so thank you so much for your years of service. And on behalf of the Massachusetts House and Senate, we also have a citation in recognition of your 17 years of dedicated leadership to the town of Duxbury, your outstanding leadership as fire chief, and for your 44 years of service to public safety. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That means the fire budget passes, right, without any problems or anything? Yes, I've had some success, but you know, as Joe just said, the success is really based on all the individuals that have surrounded me. You know, my staff, the firefighters, the town department heads, my peers, my boss, the fiscal guy over here. I mean, none of that, this doesn't come together without their cooperation and their buy-in. And certainly, the panel, fiscal advisory, finance committee, and their predecessors, we've all worked together over the years to bring this together to a really premium fire department, and I thank you. And most importantly, it's you, the taxpayers, that support it. So thank you very much. That was very kind of you.
Thank you. Our work here is done.
No, their work's done and ours is just beginning. A couple of things about the meeting itself. We're using 2 locations, this room and the middle school gym, which is right next to us if needed for space. Microphones are located in the high school gym, just about at the crosswalk, one on each side. If you want to address town meeting, I need you to go to one of those microphones, and I will call on you. The only room to speak to town meeting is in here. There are no microphones in the other room. However, the other room does have audio and video. Assisted listening devices. It may be a long day, and I apologize. Are available in the outer hallway. Fire chief has requested that you make a note of the fire exits in this room. Please don't block the exits by standing or placing anything in front of them. And I request that cell phones be turned off while this meeting is in session, except for public safety officials. For your information, this meeting is being taped. I'd like to mention a couple of procedures that will happen during this town meeting. Upon checking in, registered voters were issued a handheld device. This voting device enables you to be seated. The voting devices are color-coded and only work in the voting section that is the same color. You should have a device with a little green dot on top. That means your vote will be registered here. If you have an issue with your voting device, please go to the teller's desk, which is in the hallway outside the main entrance, and they will issue a new one. Voting procedures will be as follows. After debate, I will call for a vote. When a light goes on the cube, which is right here to my immediate right, it is a green light. I will announce that the vote is open, and you will have 20 seconds to vote. When 20 seconds have passed, I'll announce the vote is closed and the light will go off. You can press 1 for yes, 2 for no. That will not change. 1 for yes, 2 for no. When you press that button, you will see a little yes or no in the screen. And if down underneath it, it says received, that means that it has been received and your vote has been counted. If you want to change your vote after you push the button, just push the button. There's no need to try to clear the screen at all. Probably a good time to have a test vote at this point, just to make sure everybody's comfortable and knows how it works. So I'm going to call for a vote here in a few minutes. My understanding in talking to friend Weiler is that the boys hockey team won last night in overtime. They moved from, that's okay, you can applaud. And I believe that means they moved to the Final Four in state champions. So for all of those who believe that they will become state champions, continue to move on. Press 1, and if you think they're going to lose, press 2. And I will call for a vote now. I'll call for a vote pretty quickly now. All right. And that's why we do test votes. So voting is open and you can vote. We have 10 more seconds, so lots of time. Voting is now closed. Oddly enough, people believe that Duxbury will win. The vote is 120 to 5. I don't want to point fingers, but not everybody from the company helping us with voting is from Duxbury. So that's how voting will be conducted. If in fact the voting system fails, we will go to a hand count. If we do a hand count, you'll have to hold up your device, and it will be counted by 2 people. Special town meeting. As you've been notified this morning, we will be shortly holding a special town meeting within the annual town meeting. This was called by the selectmen to deal with certain issues which require our immediate attention or which arose too late to be included in the warrant for the annual town meeting. The warrant for that special town meeting is one of the white handouts. When you came in, there were 4 white handouts that you saw, and I hope that you took. Sorry. It's okay. You okay? All right, good. There's a handout with special town meeting warrant that tells you what we're going to vote on. There's a handout that has the motions. When we are in the pack, the motions are projected on the screen. We're not able to project them here. And then the same set of handouts for the annual town meeting, the warrants, and then the motions. The procedure will be as follows. Upon completion of preliminary announcement, a motion to recess this annual town meeting will be made, and we will recess until the special town meeting is adjourned. Upon completion of the business of the special town meeting, we will automatically reconvene with the annual town meeting ended. At this point in our town meeting, I customarily ask for vote to give permission to speak to town employees and officials and invited speakers who are not registered voters in the town of Duxbury. Accordingly, I will entertain a motion to allow our town employees, officials, and invited speakers to address town meeting.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. An opportunity to use our voting machines. We're going to get to vote here. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is now open. Voting is closed. The motion passes 106 to 3. Unless I hear some objection, I will treat this vote as your permission for these people to also speak at the special town meeting if the occasion arises. This meeting is governed by the statutes of our town bylaws and town meeting time. In addition, I suggest we abide by the following procedures so that we can conduct the business of this meeting in an orderly fashion. The Finance Committee, after I've announced we are considering an article, the article will be moved by the Finance Committee and their recommendation will be heard. I will give the proposer of the article the opportunity of making their opening remarks in those cases where there is an organized, recognized opposition to an article which has been identified to me. I will give the opponent of the article the opportunity to make his or her opening remarks. Upon completion of these remarks, the matter will be open to the general public for debate. If you wish to speak, I request that you go to one of the 2 microphones after you've been recognized by me. Would you please identify yourself by name and street address? I request that all speakers limit their remarks to a maximum of 5 minutes and ask that speakers do not attempt to be recognized for a second time on the discussion of any article until every other person has had an opportunity to ask their questions. Any lengthy or complicated motions or amendments should be submitted in writing so that we know precisely what's being voted upon and so that we can maintain an accurate record of the proceedings. Town Council is available to assist if you have any questions about the drafting of such a motion. A couple of procedures that you may hear. One is motion for the previous question. Motion for the previous question ends debate. It takes a 2/3 vote. It's a useful motion at town meetings, but out of concern that it may be abused unfairly, and to that end, I will not accept a motion from somebody who has just finished speaking to sort of avoid I got the last word in. As previously announced, speakers that will As previously announced, the order of speakers that I recognize for an article will be the FinCom, opening remarks by the organizers, and in addition, anybody else who has been brought to my attention. After hearing these remarks, the article will then be open for general debate, and until the article is open in general debate, I will not accept a motion for the previous question. Reconsideration. Reconsideration requires the same quantitative vote as the original motion. A motion must be made at the same session as the original motion or the next succeeding session. It may only be made once, and a motion to reconsider may only be considered if the proponent provides, in the opinion of the moderator, factual information that was not available during the session when the original vote was taken. I suggest that we can work until at least noontime and then perhaps recess for lunch, depending on where we are in the warrant. And upon completion of today's session, if necessary, and I certainly hope not, I will entertain a motion to recess this annual town meeting until Monday, March 14th, 7 o'clock at this place. I will now entertain a motion to recess this annual town meeting until the adjournment of the special town meeting was called for. Time to practice voting again. I'm going to call for a vote on recessing the special town meeting. When the light goes on, voting will be open. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Motion passes 84 to 2. Will clerk please read the call for the special town meeting and return of service? And again, I suggest we dispense with the reading of the warrant for the special town meeting.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Town of Duxbury, Special Town Meeting Warrant, Saturday, March 12th, 2022, at 9:10 a.m., Duxbury High School, 71 Alden Street. Plymouth SS, greetings to the Constable of the Town of Duxbury and said county. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the Town of Duxbury, qualified to vote in elections and in town affairs, to meet in the Duxbury High School and Middle School gymnasiums, 71 Alden Street in said Duxbury, on Saturday, the 12th day of March, 2022, next, at 9:10 a.m. for a special town meeting for the for the transaction of any business that may legally come before said meeting. And you are hereby directed to serve this warrant by posting attested copies thereof as prescribed by Mass General Law, Chapter 39, Section 10, and by Chapter 2, Section 2.3.1 of the Town of Duxbury General Bylaws, at least 14 days before the time of holding said meeting. Hereof fail not, and make due return of this warrant with your doings thereon to the town clerk at the time and place of this meeting, given under our hands this 14th day of February, 2022. Board of Selectmen, Amy M. McNabb, Chair, Fernando Guitart, Vice Chair, Cynthia Ladd Fiorini, Clerk, Theodore J. Flynn, Michael McGee. Plymouth SS, February 24, 2022. Pursuant to the warrant, I have this day notified and warned the inhabitants of the Town of Duxbury, herein described, to meet at the time and place and for the purposes as described by the bylaws of the town. A true copy attested, Mitchell LeBret, Constable of Duxbury.
Mrs. Sullivan, may we now have a motion under Article 1 for the special town meeting?
We can.
Excellent.
Supplemental appropriations, Article 1. I move that the town appropriate $97,000 by transfer from available funds to supplement appropriations previously voted under Article 5 of the annual town meeting of May 15, 2021, for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, 2021 for line items in the budgets of various town departments as follows. Item 1, snow and ice salaries, $63,750 is the budget. Adjustment is $40,000. Revised FY22 budget is $103,750. Funding source, free cash. 2, snow and ice expenses. Budget was $138,600. Adjustment is $45,000. Revised budget is $183,600. Funding source, free cash. 3, beach operations. Budget was $184,133. Adjustment is $5,000. Revised FY22 budget $189,133. Free cash. 4, beach operation expenses. The budget was $34,775. Adjustment $7,000. Revised budget $41,775. Free cash. Total adjustments $97,000.
Second.
Yep.
Recommended by Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee unanimously.
Do we have any questions or discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote at this time on On Article 1, when the light goes on, press 1 for yes and 2 for no. Voting is now open. Article passes 124 to 6. Mr. Sullivan, Article number 2.
Article 2, Special Education Reserve Fund. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $195,000 to the Special Education Reserve Fund, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $195,000 from free cash, such funds to be expended under the direction of the school committee. Was recommended by the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee unanimously.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on Article number 2. When the green light comes on, we will be, as in the past, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. Voting is closed. Article passes 121 to 5. Article 3, Mrs. Sullivan.
Article 3, Other Post-Employment Benefits, OPEB. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $300,000 to the Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust Fund, known as OPEB, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $300,000 from free cash to such fund.
Second.
Article was supported by the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee unanimously.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on Article number 3. When the green light comes on, it's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. Voting is closed. The article passes 120 to 6. Article number 4, Mrs. Sullivan.
Stabilization Fund. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $500,000 to the Stabilization Fund, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $500,000 from free cash to such fund.
Second.
Recommended by the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee unanimously.
Any questions or debate? Sensing none, I'll call for a vote on Article number 4. When the light comes on, voting is open. Voting is now open. Voting is closed and the article passes 122 to 4. Article 5.
Capital Improvement Stabilization Fund. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $350,000 to the Capital Stabilization Fund, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $350,000 from free cash to such fund.
Second.
This was supported by the Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and Fiscal Advisory Board unanimously.
Any question or discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on Article 5. When the light comes on, you can vote. And voting is now open. Voting is closed, and article passes 126 to 3. Article 6.
Appropriate funds for prior year's overlay. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $900,000 to replenish the town's overlay account, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $900,000 from free cash to such account.
Second?
This was supported by the selectmen with a vote of 4-0-1. Finance Committee voted to support unanimously.
Any questions or debate? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. When the light comes on, voting will be open. Voting is now open. Voting is closed, and the article passes 121 to 6. Next article, Mrs. Sullivan.
Pay off short-term debt, Article 7. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $336,101 to pay off the remainder of short-term debt issued for the Chromebooks, $156,101, and the crematory retorts, $180,000, originally approved by way of Article 6, Motion 3 of the town's annual town meeting held on March 9th, 2019, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $336,101 from free cash to pay off such debt.
Second?
This was supported unanimously by Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and Fiscal Advisory.
Any question? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on article number 7. And voting is now open. Voting is now closed. The article passes 118 to 3. Article number 8, Mrs. Sullivan.
Matching grant funds. I move that the town transfer from available funds the sum of $250,000 to be used to provide for the town's local match gifts and/or grants committed to and/or received by the town from time to time, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $250,000 from free cash to be expended under the direction of the Board of Selectmen and Town Manager.
Second?
Been made and seconded, and I suspect there's going to be some discussion on this article.
Discussion. With your indulgence, Friend Weiler was going to explain the Finance Committee's vote if you had a moment.
I
just
have
wanted
somebody
to-
here who's
Yeah.
been patiently waiting at the microphone. I guess I'd like, you certainly would be the first person I recognize.
Kathy Palmer. I live on Powder Point Avenue, 10 Powder Point. And if you look at Article 8, you would never know that they're going to raise the road on Powder Point Avenue
Mrs.
and
Palmer,
along Washington Street.
can-
And what I just want to say is, it doesn't mention it, so I question the notice, but I just want to give a hand to the Duxbury Clipper, because if it hadn't been for the Duxbury Clipper, none of us who live along this stretch that isn't even described as residential, it's called Powder Point Road. There is no Powder Point Road, it's Powder Point Avenue. There are at least 10 residential homes along here. We were never consulted, we were never told about this, and if the Clipper had not put an article in the paper, I mean, thank goodness for the free press, is all I have to say. But
If
this,
I could ask you to please sit down at this point. I'm not sure that your comments are fully accurate, and I think before we start the debate on the article, I'd like it introduced by the Finance Committee so everybody can share in what this is intended to do.
absolutely, it should be a discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Friend Weiler, Finance Committee. Article 8, Matching Grants Fund, seeks the town meeting approval to transfer $250,000 into the fund, bringing the total fund balance to $500,000. This amount is considered prudent and provides the town with flexibility to take advantage of grant opportunities when they may arise. None of this money has been set aside specifically for any project, including raising the level of Powder Point Ave or any other project. What we're trying to do is prepare for the opportunity for grants. Most grants require earnest money, as it's called, or matching funds by the town or municipality. This can range from either 10% to 30% of the grant. So this article was supported unanimously by both the Finance Committee and the Select Board, and we're putting, remember the last 7 articles set aside over $2.5 million from free cash into these very specific funds: stabilization, and that's our rainy day fund, the capital stabilization, OPED, to deal with the very rising costs of retirement costs for the town. So we thought that $500,000 to this account was a prudent amount, so we can try to take advantage of grants. I know there's an article coming up later regarding sidewalks. We can get grant money for that. The Powder Point Bridge might need help. There's so many things that are coming, that are confronting the town, that we wanted to set this money aside for that. But none of it has been earmarked for anything at this time. And we actually made sure it was unearmarked so that we could have the flexibility of having this money available for whatever came forward that the Select Board deemed appropriate. So we do encourage you to support this article. Thank you.
We're now open for debate. I'll take this gentleman, or questions. A gentleman on my left and then woman on my right. Sir.
Hello, my name is John Rowland, and I live at 52 Powder Point Avenue. And it seems like I just became aware of this maybe Thursday night or so knew nothing about it. And if you were to take that Clipper article literally, it said that I would have a 10-foot road, a 10-foot wall in front of my property. So it seems like there's a real disconnect between, what you're saying now and what is in that Clipper article. All I would ask is that we have a due process so that we can have input in whatever might be done.
Introduce yourself, please.
Candace Martin, 59 Gurnett Road. Here talking to request to amend the motion on the third line where it reads from time to time after that comma, to add except the first $250,000 which shall be applied to seawall replacement in the Gurnett Road neighborhood. I'd like to explain why, but the motion was presented the warrant article was presented last year by the Seawall Committee. It was suggested to begin an effort to start reserving funds in order to apply for grants. We had gone through an issue where grant applications were not being applied for because matching funds were not available. As just mentioned, this reserve is really important to keep and establish for the seawall replacement. This year, we suggested this to be added to the special town meeting because we know that the seawall has to be replaced. Last year, we heard Finance Committee say that there's 3 critical infrastructure projects that need to have a plan developed, and it's not a matter of if these projects need to be done, it's when they need to be done. And that was DPW, the bridge, and the seawall. This year at town meeting, we have warrant articles that propose that we approve funds for the DPW. Article 6 has reserved money to continue to repair the bridge So there's $300,000 in for each year to cover the cost of the bridge repairs. There has been no warrant articles presented to reserve funds for the seawall or proposed plans to replace it. These funds are important to be reserved specifically for the seawall. We heard last week that there are other grant applications, but what we're asking is this year's to be reserved specifically for the seawall, leaving other funds available for other efforts.
Thank you. So we have an amendment. Do we have a second to that amendment? I hear a second.
Get the wording again so we know exactly
Yes.
what it is.
If you have your handout that was given that's on the front desk, after the words from time to time in line 3, we will add except the first $250,000, which shall be applied to seawall replacement in the Gurnett Road neighborhood. As has been said, I think this pretty clearly earmarks, reserves this money for this one particular purpose, and certainly is an amendment that can be made. Yeah. Are there any questions about the amendment itself? Any discussion about the amendment? Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Moderator, during our discussions at Finance Committee meetings on several occasions, this article was discussed, and the feeling was to keep it generic, if you will, or non-designated, as is being proposed by this particular individual. We wanted the flexibility. Yes, certainly, if a grant concerning the seawall comes forward, this money can be used for it. But and the reality is there could be other things the town needs as well, and we wanted to have money, the flexibility to go in any direction we wanted to at the time. So in that case, I think we would continue to support our position of leaving this as unmatched grants. Thank you.
The gentleman over on my right, it seems to be patiently waiting. Do you want to speak to the amendment?
No.
Okay.
Not to the amendment.
To the woman over here on my left.
Hi, Alicia Babcock, 9 Ocean Road South. I'm also a member of the Seawall Committee, and I support everything that Candy Martin just said regarding this article and with the purposes that we're requesting the amendment for. I understand the town's perspective on keeping this general for, opportunities that they feel are a priority. However, we are in a position right now where we don't have any funds set aside in the event of an emergency. And because we don't have any construction plans in place, if we have another failure, which we are already starting to have happen up in Bay Avenue, the wall is already falling over. So should we have another emergency where FEMA has to come in, we would need a local match for that. And so this article would at the very least give us the opportunity to be able to fund the project in an emergency. So we are asking everybody to support earmarking this specifically for seawall. And I also want to mention that Monday night at the select board meeting, when this new project was proposed to elevate the area over by Powder Point, there was a vote taken to appropriate some money for that study within the context of using this grant money from last year and from this year to fund some of the grant matching. So while it's not formally being earmarked, it certainly sounds like that is the town's intention. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. McNabb, you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think what's very important here is for the town to recognize the number of issues that we are facing regarding climate change, climate resiliency. There is no shortage of issues that we need to address in town. And it's our goal as the select board to have these matching funds available so that we can apply for grants for projects that as the grants become available. So to tie our hands to any one project versus another, it really will hamper this process. Again, we're trying to work on behalf of the entire town of Duxbury, not one area versus another. And it's a challenge. So I ask you not to support this amendment. Thank you.
Anybody on this? We're going to let somebody else have an opportunity to speak. We'll get back.
So we did propose the article last year for grant funding match as part of the town administrative proposals under capital. It was a town pushed article last year for this purpose that we're discussing today, and I just want to clarify that that was a town article.
Could I get?
Oh, I'm sorry. Valerie Massard, acting town planner for Duxbury.
Thank you. Somebody on this side to speak to the amendment, not to the amendment. Mr. Weiler?
Just a clarification, point made by a previous speaker regarding the use of these monies for emergencies at the seawall. It's not available for emergencies. This is only for matching grants. So if there is an emergency, this money doesn't apply. If you go back a couple of articles, we put $500,000 into the stabilization fund. That's where we would go for any town emergency, the stabilization fund. It will not come out of this article. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the amendment? Please.
In that, Candace Martin, 59 Gurnett Road. In that regard, FEMA does provide 75%. The town needs to do a 25% match to that. So if we had a failure right now, the last time it happened, we had 2.5 years to collect the 25%, and that was through grants and betterments. So I just want to clarify, if we have an emergency, FEMA only covers 75%, and they ask for a matching grant from the town for 25%.
Thank you. On the amendment?
Yes, I would also like to say that the Gurnett area in the last 20 years has paid this town $40 million in taxes. We have asked for very, very little in return. We don't use any of the resources. And I don't think that asking to set aside $250,000 to give us the opportunity to go after free money that's being offered to us by the state and by the federal government is a lot to ask. And we have an area that is in critical condition, and I think if anybody is concerned about Snug Harbor or the Powder Point area, it would make sense to stop the water at the origin and fix the seawall and protect the barrier beach, which in turn protects everybody here. Thank you.
And for the record, could I ask you to identify yourself?
Sure, sorry. Alicia Babcock,
No
9
problem.
Ocean Road South, Seawall Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Or,
Yes, Joanne Kingsley, Lakeshore Drive, Duxbury. I'm just a little concerned with the money, what you said, that it's for projects in the town. The only thing I'm hearing about projects is on one side of town. So I just would like to know about projects throughout the whole town, because we pay taxes on the other side of town too. And that's not being addressed with these amendments. I agree. But I also lived in another town, and I lost my home in '78. So I can tell you that I understand and sympathize, but I also know what we had to do at that point in time to make the changes. If we're going to stand here and say that it's for all other areas of the town, and you're going to put them aside, I don't think anything's ever been put aside of anything on the other side of 53. You can help me out with that, please.
and your name?
Joanne Kingsley.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. We're going to let Valerie speak first. She's been patiently waiting and waving her hand. Then
Just a brief clarification. with respect to FEMA, the only reason we were able to engage with FEMA funding for the previous repairs on the wall was with respect to the President of the United States declaring a disaster. That money would not be available otherwise. So if we have a routine storm, if you will, and there's not a presidential disaster declared, that FEMA money is not available as a grant of any kind to the town.
Thank you. Mrs. McNabb, and then perhaps we're easing up on a vote.
Mr. Moderator, I wanted to speak directly to the previous speaker regarding, and I think that that is the Select Board's point in this, is that we want to ensure that these matching funds for grants are available to any area in our community, to all of the residents. So we are again trying to look at what is in the best interest of all of the residents throughout the town of Duxbury. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator.
I'm sorry. It's been pointed out to me that this gentleman in the orange shirt's been patiently waiting. I'll recognize him. I'll be back to this side, and then maybe we can come up with a vote. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tag Carpenter, 267 Summer Street. Speaking to the amendment, I'd recommend that town meeting voters not support the initiative to earmark. Duxbury will be facing an increasing demand for these types of unanticipated expenses. This allocation of funds is really a down payment. I believe we will be expending more of these in the future, and it is important to give the town boards and committees the flexibilities to come up with the matching grants at the time they are needed. As far as guaranteeing public visibility and accountability for these expenses, all of these decisions are made in public meetings, which are notified. So if you are concerned with knowing where the money is going, please pay closer attention to the town meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't support the amendment.
Sir.
So Jeff Palmer, 10 Powder Point Avenue. I have a motion to present for a postponement of consideration of this article. And I want to give...
Before we get to any motion to indefinitely postpone, we're going to deal with the amendment that's on the floor first.
Well, this could...
If
my suggestion for a postponement would obviate the need for further discussion on the amendment. It would allow people to formulate, or for the town to formulate an article that would address some of the concerns that are being expressed here today.
Well, we were just talking about it. That town meeting time does not allow us to do that at this point in time. We need to clear the amendment first. Gets us back to what was the original motion, the beginning article. At that point in time, we can talk about indefinite postponement. But we have to dispose of this amendment first before we get back to voting on actually spending the money. This is about how we're going to earmark the money. And having said that, are we ready for a vote? Yes? Okay, I'm going to call for a vote at this point in time. If you're in favor of the amendment, you're not voting to spend the money at this point in time. If you say yes to the amendment, it will earmark the $250,000 for the seawall. If you vote no, it doesn't mean we voted against the money ever being appropriated. We're going to go back to the original motion, and we will do this all over again. So it's time for a vote. I'm calling for a vote on the amendment only. If you're in favor of the amendment, press 1 for yes. If you're opposed to the amendment, press 2 for no. Voting is now open. Voting is closed. The amendment fails. 106 noes, 53 yeses. So now we're back to the original motion.
Jeff Palmer, 10 Powder Point Avenue. May I make my motion at this point? My motion to postpone indefinitely consideration of this article.
You know what? We have spent an awful lot of time in this article talking about the amendment more than the motion. I'd like to have a little more discussion on the original motion, and then we can come back to you.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
So, I see lots of hand gestures on the right-hand side, and I'm not quite sure who wants to speak.
Together.
You're together. So, so could both of you please introduce yourselves?
I am the acting town planner, Valerie Massard, and this is my friend Kathy Palmer, resident of Duxbury.
Right. And I live on Powder Point, and we've worked together on many things, and I was part of that whole thing, going to envision Duxbury and whatever, and I kept asking, is Powder Point going to be a part of this? And I think I sent you pictures and
Yes.
stuff. However, I just want the town to know that our major problem, and I think other people on Powder Point are going to talk about this, is not the ocean coming up to our property, but trying to drain our property from snow, rain. We had a storm a couple years ago where there was a river that came down Cedar Street, crossed the front of our yard, and went out to the salt marsh. That's what nature wants it to do. So they have to work with us and figuring out what, if anything. Our house doesn't need it. My husband and I are in our 70s. We figure we'll outlast this.
I hope so.
Yeah, right. But anyway, yes, we do want to work with them. That's why my husband is asking for a postponement with regard to Powder Point.
And I owe Kathy and the residents an apology for not reaching out to them prior to making our recommendation to the Board of Selectmen. However, the funding that we're talking about is from last year, and I'm not sure if everyone had the opportunity to watch the Selectmen's meeting. So if I may, the Duxbury Clipper had an error. We agree on that. It's not going to elevate the road 10 feet. There is a handout on the table. It's just such short time between the article and now that we didn't have a chance to have the Clipper make an amendment. I will say that the intent of the grant application, which is all we're talking about, will make the application if the town chooses not to accept the grant. If awarded, it has that opportunity. The money is not committed. What I do want to say is that the intent of the grant is public outreach, developing a curriculum for the schools to talk about these issues town-wide, and to engage with the residents to find out what they need at this stretch of road because it's affordable. This has nothing to do with this year's warrant article, but it's become intertwined because of the timing of the other request for a grant application, which we made a recommendation to the selectmen based on scientific studies of the entire coastline, both the Gurnet, seawall, the nourishment, the bridges, and Snug Harbor, Bay Road, and everybody south of Duxbury Beach. We are deeply concerned about the entire coastline, and we've been working with Woods Hole Group for grants to look at the issues of what happens when there's higher waters and rainfall coming and making it hard to discharge. We believe that continuing to work with that group who has been doing the studies for Duxbury Beach, as well as all of the coast of the town, will be important for us, and the state is very excited about this grant opportunity. You still have in your control to say no if it's awarded. And we do apologize for not talking to the residents at Powder Point Avenue before that came up. It all happened very quickly, and I deeply apologize for the misunderstanding and also for the confusion caused by the Clipper, which I'm sure was quite a shock. It wasn't intended at all to come off that way. So on behalf of the town, my apologies. And I just wanted to make those points before the town took action. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you for your clarification. This gentleman over here on my left.
Good morning. I'm Peter Palfrey, 22 Powder Point Ave. Thank you. I want to thank all of the town of Duxbury, elected officials. I just want to emphasize that as a resident and a butter of the project that's currently being considered, we just want to have a process where we are involved in the decision making. people have stated that's the case, but
If I could, and I don't mean to be impolite, we're not talking about a potential project on Powder Point. We're talking about funding money to go after matching grants. If and when we have a project that encompasses Powder Point, I'm sure we'll have a lengthy discussion on that as well. But I'd like to keep the debate, the discussion, the information on this particular article.
thank you. Okay.
We have a motion, sir? All right, final, woman in gray.
Thank you.
Thank
My
you.
name is Chris Latazzi, and I was asked by the town manager to participate in a steering committee regarding coastal resiliency projects, and I'm speaking specifically to Article 8, no projects, just funding.
Thank you.
Duxbury has completed several important climate change planning efforts in tandem with the envisioned Duxbury Comprehensive Plan. While employing data analysis, projections, public engagement, projects have now been indicated for critical need. This will protect Duxbury's community ecologically, recreationally, and economically from sea level rise and increasingly frequency and severity of coastal storms. Today, Duxbury experiences regular, impactful, periodic flooding every month, whether it's due to high winds or lunar high tides. This flooding degrades critical assets that protect the community throughout the town. The long-term viability of the community of Duxbury is at risk, but the town can ensure its longevity by taking advantage of federal and state grants that are available to support towns with our particular concerns, ranging from culvert replacements to bridge repairs to road elevation. There are only two pieces required to apply for these grants. The municipality must demonstrate matching funds already available, as Friend Weiler spoke of, and the town residents' desire to undertake these projects. Please help protect the town that we all care about so deeply and vote to put aside the $250,000 to ensure that the town can take advantage of available grants. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martachini, and then I'm going to come back to the gentleman who wants to, has his own motion.
Okay, Andre Martachini, 110 Heritage Lane. I applaud the selectmen and the Finance Committee for coming, and the administration for coming with this article. There have been, when I was a selectman back in the day, we had many grants which we were not able to go after because we didn't have matching funds. You got to remember, if a grant comes up, and that could be for a library, it could be for a school, it could be for police, it could be fire, it could be conservation. Grants come up all the time. And if you don't have money in your town budget, if the police don't have an allocation to match that grant, you can't go after it. This is a fantastic tool to be able to have the flexibility to go after it. You absolutely should be supporting this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, a very long time ago,
Right.
I asked you to wait. I'll ask you to introduce yourself again and make your motion, then we'll talk about that.
Jeff Palmer, 10 Powder Point Avenue. My motion is to postpone consideration of Article 8 as the actual projects have not adequately been reviewed, and the discretion to expend the funds is left up to a small group of people who don't necessarily represent the affected residential abutters. And
so
just to follow on, and I understand some of the comments this morning, what brought this to our attention was the Clipper article on Wednesday.
Before we go there, I'm going to ask, do we have a second for that motion? We have a second. Before you give your explanation, I want to say a few words about the motion. This is a motion to indefinitely postpone. A motion to indefinitely postpone is not a yes or a no. It says we don't want to deal with it at this point in time. It may come back at a future town meeting, but it is not a yes, it's not a no. It is often, I don't think we have enough information perhaps to make a decision, or we're not prepared to make a decision today. So with that as the background, You certainly can explain your motion and your reason for it, but we're not going to debate the motion itself. We will take a vote on it. So,
Okay.
please.
Well, I think it falls in the latter category. We don't have enough information. And I think Mr. Martachini's comment was very instructive. But the fact of the matter is this came to everyone's attention on Wednesday through a Clipper article. On the face of this article, the public is not even aware of what sort of projects are intended to be for which money is to be spent. And if you look at the study that was done by the Woods Hole Group, they make specific recommendations for specific areas in town, including Powder Point Avenue. And the recommendation, as I understand it, was made to the Board of Selectmen that that was one of the projects that was to be applied, a grant was to be applied for, with a specific shovel-ready design in place. And it has been pointed out here, none of the abutters has even been talked to or notified about this projected plan. So our concern is, or my concern, is that a project or funds are granted on the basis of this specific design, which hasn't been reviewed, hasn't been debated, and that's the design that we're stuck with. So I think we have to postpone consideration of this article in order to talk to people, find out what's actually intended by the article. And that's the reason that I present the motion for postponement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, Valerie Massard, Acting Town Planner. I'll say 3 points, be as brief as I can. A steering committee is being formed in order to have everyone involved in future grant application decision-making. Secondly, we studied the entire coastline and made recommendations. And thirdly, this grant is in order to engage with the community, that neighborhood, about the ideas of what to do there. It is not going to turn around a shovel-ready project. I believe that the town is making the right steps towards having that dialogue, and this grant and the talk about Powder Point Avenue is unrelated to this particular article.
Thank you.
Hi.
If you introduce yourself.
I'd be happy to. My name is Susan Schofield, 30 James Road. I'm here as a homeowner, taxpayer. I'm also here as a business owner of an apartment complex at Tarkland Village. We have tenants that are everyday folks that live in this town. The people that live in my apartment complex are on fixed incomes. They're the people that work at maybe the village of Duxbury, where we have family members. I have been severely impacted by the spending in this town. Our taxes at our apartment complex, everybody put your seatbelt on, went up 60%. So, the reason I am speaking to this is because these folks, the decisions that we make at town meeting impact everybody in this town. The very wealthy, the average folks, the working poor, and the ones who are government subsidized. Today, we are being impacted by gas rates that we have not seen before. Inflation rates higher, 40%, over 40 years, we haven't seen this. And this is speaking to the question, because every time we vote for a project in this town, it impacts our taxes. And yes, I see you all rolling your eyes at me up there. But we have to be realistic, and I'm not saying this is not a realistic project, but I will be back here time and time today to speak to this. So I support the indefinite
setting this off. I support his motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weiler.
I do speak in opposition to indefinite postponement of this article. I think it would be a matter of shooting ourselves in the foot. What we are simply doing here is setting $250,000 aside to get the fund up to $500,000 so that we can apply for grants for the benefit of the town of Duxbury. The issue that really, I believe, instituted the desire to indefinitely postpone this article is based on an erroneous article in the Duxbury Clipper. Nothing against the Clipper, they do a great job, but I'm simply stating there is no project described as such in that going forward in the town. And this article has nothing to do with any project at this time. And as far as there being open debate, just tune into the Finance Committee meetings. We've been meeting twice a week since October. The Select Board meets weekly, and we've had these discussions at those meetings repeatedly. And we don't just usually discuss them once and set it aside. We talk about it repeatedly because we get new information and we constantly update our thinking. So please, I would hope that you would vote against indefinite postponement and allow this article to go forward, and please support it in its state. Thank you.
All right. I think we've had quite a bit of discussion on this. Are we ready for a vote? Yes, I think we are. So the vote here's what's going to happen. I'm going to ask you to vote yes if you want to end the continued discussion and action on this article is yes. That's vote for indefinite postponement. If you would like to vote on the article itself, either yes or no, then you want to vote no on indefinite postponement. That means the main motion that we started some time ago on will come up for a vote. I suspect that we know where people stand. I'm not sure there'll be a lot more discussion on that. But if you're interested in ending debate and not taking any action, you want to vote in favor of indefinite postponement. If you would like to vote on the main motion, either yes or no, which was the original $250,000 for matching grants, you want to vote no on indefinite postponement because there's yet another vote to come along. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes? Yes means you want indefinite postponement. Yes means indefinite postponement. We end this and we go on to the next article. Okay. I'm going to call for a vote now on indefinite postponement of Article number 8. When the light changes, you can vote. Yes if you want indefinite postponement. No if you don't want indefinite postponement. Voting is closed. Motion for indefinite postponement fails. It was 34 yes, 140 no. So now we will move back to the main motion. And would you remind us what that was, Mrs. Sullivan?
Sorry, I had.
I have it here. Want me to read it?
Yes, please.
I'll read it. I move that the town transfer from available funds the sum of $250,000 to be used to provide the town's local match gifts and/or grants committed to or received by the town from time to time, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $250,000 from free cash to be expended under the direction of the Board of Selectmen or Town Manager. Select Board.
I'm sorry.
It's and, selectman and town manager.
Everybody have that? The selectman and town manager. It means that both the Board of Selectmen and the town manager need to act on it.
Yeah, correct.
Okay? Everybody understand where we are? And. Strictly.
The or is gone.
The or is gone.
I feel like we've had a thorough debate on this. I think people's positions I think people are comfortable with what they want to vote, how they want to vote. So I'm going to call for a vote on this at this point. All those in favor of approving the funding of $250,000 for local match for grants, vote 1 for yes. All those opposed, vote no. Voting is open. Voting is closed. The motion passes 150 to 31. That completes the business for the warrant for the special town meeting. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this special town meeting.
So moved.
Second.
I think all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2 as soon as the light changes. We can now vote. This adjourns the special town meeting, and we will then take up the annual town meeting. Do we have people next door? Really? Oh, wow. Special town meeting is adjourned. Sine die. It is 99 yes, 5 no. We'll now move to Article 1 of the annual town meeting. Mrs. Sullivan. Article 1 is a little unique. There is no vote that is required on it.
Article 1 is a notice to the inhabitants of the coming election. No vote is required, and to bring in their votes for the following offices: 1 a selectman for a term of 3 years, 1 assessor for a term of 3 years, 1 moderator for a term of 3 years, 1 town clerk for a term of 3 years, 2 school committee members for a term of 3 years, 1 planning board member for a term of 5 years, 1 planning board member for an unexpired term of 1 year, 2 library trustees for a term of 3 years, 1 Duxbury Housing Authority member for a term of 5 years, 1 Duxbury Housing Authority member for an unexpired term of 3 years. And on the following question, shall the town of Duxbury be allowed to exempt from the provisions of Proposition 2.5, so-called, the amounts required to pay for the bond issued for the engineering, design services, and construction of a new Department of Works facility to be located at 878 Tremont Street, also known on the assessor's map as parcel number 092-500-016.
Thank you.
There's no vote.
But Article number 2, Mrs. Sullivan.
Article number 2, I move that the town receive the reports of town officials, boards, committees, and commissions.
Second.
And do we have any reports?
Not to my knowledge.
I think we can move.
Want to go to 3? Did you want to vote it?
I don't think we need a vote.
Okey-doke.
We will move to Article number 3.
Compensation of elected officials. I move that the town fix the compensation of the elected officers for the 12-month period beginning July 1st, 2022, as set forth in the column entitled Finance Committee Recommended FY23, as printed in the warrant.
Second.
This was supported by the Selectmen and the Finance Committee unanimously.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote on Article number 3, compensation of elected officials. When the light changes, voting will be open. Voting is now open. If you're in favor of it, it is 1, opposed, and 2. Voting is closed, and the motion passes 123 to 12. Article number 4, Mrs. Sullivan.
Article 4, funding of salaries. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $165,000 to implement the personnel policy and provide funding for any other salary or compensation not addressed by the personnel policy as printed in the warrant, and to meet said appropriation. Raise and appropriate the sum of $160,000 and transfer the sum of $5,000 from water retained earnings to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
This was supported by the Selectmen and the Finance Committee unanimously.
Any questions? Any comments? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote on Article number 4. When the light changes, voting will be open. Voting is open. 1 for yes, 2 for no.
No, seriously. I'm not worried.
Article 4 passes 133 to 17. We're on to Article 5, which is the town budgets. Before we start the budgets, I believe that Mrs. Sullivan, Mr. Reed, and our Superintendent of Schools, Ms. Klingeman, all have a few comments to make. Well, now, I know who's going last. I don't know who's going to go first.
Mrs. Sullivan.
Mrs. Sullivan's going first. First always.
Good morning. It is great to see everybody here. We thank you for coming and participating in this process. The Finance Committee has been working, as Fran mentioned, since October, a couple times a week, to go through these numbers, talk to department heads, talk to citizens about articles that they are bringing before you today. So we appreciate your attendance and your listening to all the work that has been completed. COVID has been a nightmare and a blessing. The nightmare part I do not have to explain to you. We've all lived it. The blessing part is that it has brought us a new sense of partnership and collaboration between town departments, between the folks that work for us, the people that work and volunteer for us. And I will tell you that it has been a privilege to serve with these folks over the last 2 years to make sure that all of the programs, all of the services that you have come to expect in this town could be delivered, that our schools kept educating our children, that the roads were taken care of, that the buses ran on time. And these folks have worked amazingly hard, and we should all as a community be appreciative of that. I'm also delighted to tell you we have a balanced budget for you today. Through the efforts that I described, we were able to work through and balance the budget based on our levy, our new growth, funds that are available to us, and we provided what people need, and in some cases, we even provided what they wanted. So that was good. We have challenges ahead. We always do. Our infrastructure has been mentioned in previous articles. We have large projects that are on the horizon. We have the bridge. We have all that goes with coastal resiliency, which I'm very happy to say is not something we're going to let happen to us. We are being forward-thinking with town departments and with active volunteers to try to prepare for rising tides and changes in the climate. And we can't solve it, but we can be prepared to the best of our ability, and we are working to that end. And the DPW facility, you've seen this before. You voted for it before. It failed at the ballot, and I think to a certain extent because people did not understand completely that it is a two-part vote. We'll be bringing you an article later this morning. You will vote hopefully to support, but your job is only half done. We need to go to the ballot, and we need to, again, vote for it to have that project be approved. Our financial resources are always being stretched. We do not have a commercial base in Duxbury. We are 97%, I believe, residential, which means that each and every person that lives here carries the burden of paying for the services that the community is looking for. And I think that it is very important that we spend our time constructively and we make those services delivered so that people are getting what they need and are satisfied with our efforts and are not being overburdened with a tax liability. The financial resources that are going to be looking for that we're going to have to meet in the future, the schools need to continue to grow their services. We have a great number of students, and that is definitely a department that has needs in the future that they will be discussing with you. The environment, I think we've spoken about that. We're going to be needing to look at some of these problems that are coming forward, and we're going to have to decide to fund or not fund. Maintenance, you've been amazingly generous. We have new buildings in town. We have this building that we're in right now, the fire department, the police department, the library. All of our buildings are very well maintained, and we need to honor that gift from the community by continuing to maintain them and keep them up so that they will last for a very long, useful life. But it costs money. Public safety is always a challenge, and the public safety, fire and police are trying to keep us safe and have needs to stay current with what is best practice in a very, very confusing world. So these things will be brought to us in the future and tonight, or today rather, and we should be aware that that is something that, a conversation that will continue. We've also had amazing accomplishments. The leadership that has come from Town Hall, the selectmen, the school committee, the central office at the schools has been amazing. They were challenged with something that we had no experience in, and really 2 years ago almost 2 years ago, right around now, had no idea how to handle. They have risen to the challenge, and I feel that we owe them a huge debt of gratitude for their efforts and their concern, because they have lived this for 2 years trying to keep us safe and to deliver the services that we needed. And there are not words that can express the thank yous that these folks deserve, as well as the leadership from our community committees. There has been no letdown. We see them all at Finance, and the committees that support the efforts of the leadership and the elected officials have not sat down and said, see you when this is over. They have continued their efforts. They have continued doing what they needed to do to support projects that they feel are important, and you will also see the benefit of that tonight, and they should be thanked for their civic pride and the fact that they continue to do that. Balanced budget, you'll see the numbers in a minute. Hopefully I read them correctly, and I just want to thank you all for being here, and we'll continue to try to do a good job for you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for attending this year's annual town meeting. Betsy, I want to thank you for acknowledging the work that all of us have tried to do and how we rose to the challenge. And I can tell you, based on the fit of my pants this morning, we also expanded. I had a conversation with a member of the Finance Committee, a member of the board, and we were saying, boy, this is interesting to be back in dress clothes. That is the challenge these days. And thank God that's all we've got for a challenge. But I also want to quickly say hi to my boys who are watching at home. Mom's watching them, so be good, boys. The proposed 23 budget presented to you today, as Betsy said, is balanced. Further, it's been balanced without having to resort to layoffs or through the use of stabilization funds, and without a recommendation for using an override measure to do so. It represents my recommendation to the town for funding the programs needed to deliver superior government services to the town's residents, businesses, institutions, and visitors in an efficient and effective manner. In our budget message to the department heads this year, we asked them to provide level service budgets indicating what additional requests, if any, they thought might be necessary to help provide those services. We also asked them to provide us with a separate list of additional items in order of their priority that they would like us to consider in addition to their proposed level services budget. Unfortunately, most of those requests for funds above the level services couldn't be addressed. Of course, there are numerous important initiatives still left unresolved and on the table, and those will have to be considered in future years. And finally, the department heads were asked to eliminate any obsolete or outmoded programs or requests from previous years, which they have done. In prior years, I have explained that our ability to provide services to the level citizens expect is an ever-growing challenge, and that challenge remains. But after many months of discussion amongst the department heads, the financial team, the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, and the school department, the final result of these conversations is the proposed FY23 Omnibus Budget found in Article 5, which totals $86,594,876. John Adams has done a terrific job detailing all of the nuances of this year's budget proposal in a 6-page handout that we posted on the town's website, and you'll find on the tables outside of this room. Looks like this. Rather than recite that document to you here, I will simply tell you that in it he covers all of the revenue and expenditure highlights, which hopefully you'll have a chance to read, or will either today or we'll do so at some point. The development of the town's budget plan is a total team effort. My thanks go to the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee for their continued support, encouragement, and direction throughout that process. I'd like to thank the Fiscal Advisory Committee, the School Committee, Dr. Klingeman and her entire staff, and finally all of our volunteer board and committee members who serve our community so well. They are also to be commended for their tireless efforts. The town department heads with whom I work very closely are an extremely talented group of individuals who are able to project the needs of their departments and manage their budgets with great accuracy and efficiency. You each have my sincerest gratitude, along with your respective staff members, for your hard work and dedication, and I truly appreciate everything you do. And I want to especially thank John Adams for all of his efforts for the past 2 years in helping us navigate through some remarkably tough financial waters. Your work has been nothing short of incredible, and I am truly grateful to you, as are many others in this room. And, yeah, thank you. That is well deserved. And he's not retiring just yet, so we're still good. But, and I know I'll see these three before their midsummer retirements, I also want to offer my sincerest congratulations and gratitude to Joe, Gordon, and Kevin for their combined total of over 100 years of service to the town of Duxbury, and I thank them for everything, and here's to a long, happy, healthy retirement for each of them. And also I'd like to wish Nancy O'Connor, my executive assistant, who couldn't be here today, for a happy birthday. Today's her birthday. It's the second time we've done this town meeting for her birthday, but I wanted to wish her a happy birthday. And with that, I thank you all.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Betsy, and thank you, Rainey. The school department truly appreciates the partnership and support that we receive from you and from all of our town departments. So this morning, I'm just going to provide a very brief overview of how our FY23 budget was built. Because of the very early town meeting in Duxbury, we start the budget process with our administrative team in August before the start of the school year for the next fiscal year. This year, as we have in the past few years, we had a collaborative budget process with the town, the Finance Committee, the Select Board, and the Fiscal Advisory Committee, and are very grateful for that partnership and the support of all of the town, the support that all of the town departments provide the schools. This year, our guidelines from the town were to create a level services budget and to evaluate the critical needs in order to meet the needs of our students in our current environment. We always start with a zero-based budgeting approach when we meet with all of the building principals and directors. We critically evaluate what our needs are and whether or not we can eliminate vendors or services that we are not utilizing to the fullest extent. We establish the personnel and programs needed to provide the same level of service for our students, taking into consideration class size, curriculum and learning needs, facilities and maintenance upkeep, and projected utility costs. We also have a strategic plan that we developed with broad stakeholder input, and we continue to examine the strategic goals of the schools in our community. One of the drivers in our budget development are our fixed costs, including our contractual obligations for negotiated cost of living increases year upon year, as well as other contracts such as bus transportation, in and out of district special education costs, vocational education tuition, utilities, and operations and management. This year, we expected the school year to be a semi-return to normalcy, but it has turned out to be anything but normal again this year. COVID followed us into this school year as well, and we're just starting to see some little peaks of normalcy. So before this school year began, we knew that the pandemic took a toll on our families and on our students of all ages, but we were not sure what the specific impacts would be. And what we've seen is a significant impact on our students' emotional and behavioral skills, and it has been challenging for all students, all ages, pre-K through 12, and their ability to return to student mode. Our students are showing some young behaviors and challenges, not only with academic learning gaps, but also with needing really explicit instruction with interacting with one another. We've also seen an increase in mental health needs of our students, especially at the elementary level. We have found that ratios of adjustment counselors and mental health support are no longer adequate to meet the needs of our students, teachers, and families. So the budget we developed was presented and ultimately supported by school committee, finance committee, select board. We actually went before the finance committee several times this year before decisions were made, just so that we could really explain what our thought process was. So the FY23 budget meets the needs of our students over the next several school years. We hope to increase the counseling and social and emotional support of our students and to better support the extra help and academic needs of our students in the secondary grades. So thank you for letting me share some of that information with all of you.
Just a couple of comments before we start the debate and deliberation. We will be dividing Article 5, which is the general budget, into 3 separate motions, and then the Water Enterprise Fund, which is where our water department is. For the regular portion of our operating budget, we'll follow the past practice of separately considering the major budget subheadings of the general fund operating budget and school operating budget separately. The chairman of the Finance Committee will move each of these major subheadings separately, and then we'll discuss and vote on each section as it has been moved. The chair of the Finance Committee will read the line items. If you have a question or want additional information or wish to change an amount, please shout hold. After the entirety of the motion has been read, we will go back and deal in numeric order with any holds that show up. However, the vote for the individual subheadings under the regular budget will not become final until we complete the business under all of them and vote and approve a grand total for the general fund operating budget and school operating budget. Prior to the final vote on the grand total, the entire operating fund budget and the school operating budget will be subject to amendment if it becomes necessary or desirable to do so. Mrs. Sullivan, can we have a motion, number 1 under Article 5?
Article 5, Operating Budget. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $43,925,233 as the general fund operating budget of the town as printed in the warrant in lines 1 through 78 and lines 81 through 92 for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, raise and appropriate the sum of $42,867,424 and to transfer the sum of $1,057,809, of which $76,053 shall come from the Waterways Improvement Fund to fund lines 38 and 39. $131,264 shall come from the Water Enterprise Fund revenue for lines 13, 48, 81, 82, 83, and 84. $300,475 shall come from the PEG Access Fund revenue for line number 20. $200,000 shall come from the Pension Reserve Fund for line 84. $333,105 shall come from the fund balance bond premium for line 89, and $13,912 shall come from the sale of real estate fund for line 89, to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee have voted unanimously to support. Okay. Let's start. General Government, line 1, expenses. Let's see, sorry. 32, this is, oh, look at, no. Yeah, $2,200. Well, that woke me up, thank God.
Just felt it was hanging up in the girders, but it came down.
I don't know if that was a sign, I'm not sure how that goes, but let's take it as, you know, a good omen. Salaries, $40 for the moderator. Salaries for the selectman and the manager, $289,390. Line 4, expenses, $13,539. Historical Commission, line 5, expenses, $1,000. Finance Committee, line 6, $1. Line 7, expenses, $210. Accounting, line 8, $373,130. Line salaries, expenses, line 9, $12,145. Audit, line 10, expenses, $52,000. Assessors, line 11, salaries, $229,815. Line 12, expenses, $26,350. Treasurer Collector, line 13, salaries, $295,939. Line 14, expenses, $107,452. Legal services, line 15, expenses, $180,200. Human resources, line 16, salaries, $202,861. Hold, certainly. Line 17, expenses, $37,745. Informational systems, line 18, salaries, $261,077. Line 19, expenses, $565,105. Public television access services, line 20, expenses, $303,475. Tax title, line 21, expenses, $7,500. Town clerk, line 22, salaries, $236,661. Line 23, hold, okay. Expenses, line 23, $38,195. Conservation Commission, line 24, salaries, $155,495,000. Line 25, expenses, $12,786. Planning Board, line 26, salaries, $129,483. Line 27, expenses, $9,400. Facilities Management, line 28, salaries, $253,919. Line 29, expenses, $178,000. I'm not going to do the subtotals. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to the end. Sorry, Brenda just asked for a clarification, no worries. Public Safety, Police, line 30, salaries, $3,612,586. Line 31, expenses, $314,591. Fire, line 32, salaries, $3,133,224. Line 33, expenses, $351,535. Regional Dispatch, line 34, salaries, $1,381,434. Line 35, expenses, $106,300. Municipal services, line 34, salaries, $578,607. Line 37, expenses, $28,295. Harbor Coastal Management, line 38, salaries, $246,972. Line 39, expenses, $39,220. Public Works, Central Building Services, line 40, salaries, $54,207. Line 41, expenses, $156,375. Tarpon Community Center, line 42, expenses, $6,650. Animal Control, salaries, line 43, $86,219. Line 44, expenses, $7,250. Lands and Natural Resources, line 45, salaries, $504,520. Line 46, expenses, $51,500. Central Fuel Depot, line 47, expenses, $213,500. DPW Administration, line 48, salaries, $305,887. Line 49, expenses, $83,400. Vehicle Maintenance, line 50, salaries, $173,181. Line 51, expenses, $180,500. Highway Road Maintenance, line 52, salaries, $520,188. Line 53, expenses, hold on salaries, is that correct?
Speak up.
I can't hear you, I'm so sorry.
Expenses.
Just expenses then? Yes? Yes? Okay. Thank you, sorry. Snow and Ice, line 54, salaries, $63,750. Expenses, line 55, $138,600. Streetlights, line 56, expenses, $51,000. Transfer Station, line 57, salaries, $248,350. 58, expenses, $831,300. Sewer, line 59, $17,000 for salaries, $17,326. Line 60, expenses, $243,600. Cemetery, cemetery, line 61, salaries, $438,844. Line 62, expenses, $214,200. Human Services, Council on Aging, line 63, salaries, $460,114. Line 64, expenses, $136,125. Veteran Services, line 65, salaries, $46,340. Line 66, expenses, $89,950. The Plymouth County Co-op Extension, line 67, expenses, $500. Library and Recreation, library, line 68, salaries, $983,583. Expenses, line 69, $375,880. Recreation, line 70, salaries, $253,839. Expenses, line 71, $6,275. Percy Walker Pool, line 72, salaries, $141,631. Line 73, expenses, $134,120. North Hill Golf Course, line 74, expenses, $1,500. Beach Lifeguards, line 75, salaries, $35,712. Line 76, expenses, $3,000. Beach operations, line 77, salaries, $214,569. Line 78, expenses, $56,999. Schools, town and school shared costs. Line 81 is Medicare, $716,500. Line 82, life insurance, $11,715. Employee and retiree health insurance, line 83, $8,587,000. Line 84, contributory pensions, $4,864,813. Non-contributory pensions, line 85, $20,000. Line 86, workman's comp, $342,985. Other shared costs, line 87, fire, liability insurance, $653,785. Line 88, reserve fund, $182,161. Debt service, town and school, line 89, principal payments, $5,185,000. Line 90, interest on bonded debt, $1,949,213. Line 91, interest on temporary notes, $25,000. Line 92, bond expense, $10,000. There you go. So, just to recap, I want to just specify the holds that we have, so that, in case I did not hear someone. All right, line 16, salaries, human resources. 22. Line 22, salaries, town clerk. And line 53. 53, expenses, highway road maintenance. Is that it? And that was it. Great.
So, who placed the hold on line item 16?
Yes.
Please introduce yourself and ask your question.
Street. I just wanted to see if we could get a clarification on the department request being a different number than what the town manager and FinCom request. What was that representative of?
Okay. Rainey, you're going to handle it.
Yes, thank you. When we had the initial budgets presented to us early September, we got a figure, and we had further conversations along the course of the budget development from September all the way into, well, today. What this increase represents is the addition of a staff person in that office. We reviewed the demands of the office and found that, in fact, the position should have probably been funded 2 or 3 years ago, but we wanted to do it this year. And we made sure that in adding this position, that it would be headcount neutral. So because of other attrition, we were able to do so.
Thank you. Yes, Karen Barry again. I put the hold on line 22, and that was for the town clerk's salary. And again, just curious between the FY22 budget and this, what that increase represents.
Susan thought I did a pretty good job with that last one, so I'm going to try this one too. We've got additional elections. So again, when we start at the beginning of the year in August, the beginning of our budget year in August, things happen along the way. And I think you've got 3 elections coming up this year. 2 elections. So we're going to need more election workers, but I'll let her tell you in detail.
Thank you. This also includes the early voting that was mandated by the state for the primary a week before the election and 2 weeks before the state election in November. Great. So that it's just really representative of having to bring in people for all these other elections. And correct. We'll probably see that trend moving forward. For voting in person and processing the mail-in early voting ballots. Thank you very much.
And questions on line item 53?
Highway expenses.
Over here, sorry.
No.
It's Susan Schofield. So my question on the expenses, and I think I could have ask this on any of them that have to do with fuel, whatever. I'm wondering if we have enough money allotted as we're watching, and I don't know if fuel costs or any is included in that expenses. My fear is we don't have enough money allotted for that. We've all seen the skyrocketing of our fuel costs, our home heating costs. So my question is the town making preparations for that so we don't have crazy surprises going forward? And I know none of us could have predicted it. Last summer, the federal government said inflation was transitory. None of us believed it as we went to the grocery store. So I'm just curious. I worry about my town workers, and I want to make sure they're provided for. Thank you.
Peter Butkus, DPW Director. Obviously, fuel is always the gamble commodity. You know, we take our best guess. We are locked into the state bid. So there is an escalation there, but it can only go so far. How would we handle it if we needed to put extra money into the fuel budget? I would defer to the finance director. But again, things that involve fuel are asphalt, our patch, our metal, signage. These are all things that we had to do slight increases in the highway budget because the prices just keep going up.
So by way of follow-up, if the Finance Committee or somebody on Fiscal Advisory could explain to the town how these extraordinary costs, unanticipated costs, are going to be handled. Is there a fund for this, or how does it work? Thank you very much.
I think
Emergency reserve fund that the Finance Committee can move funds from to help town departments in the case of extraordinary or unexpected expense. And I was trying to find, we did increase it slightly for this year in anticipation of any increases that we weren't, aware of at that moment in time.
Oh, mine works all of a sudden. John Adams, Finance Director. Yeah, the Finance Committee is one way to get supplemental funding for particular line items like that. There's also town meeting, calling a special town meeting and supplementing the budget. We do have, excess levy capacity to do that. We have stabilization funds to draw from as well. And then we also, in the months of May and June, we also have the opportunity to move monies around within the budget. So if we have unexpended funds available in one department, that could always be by a vote of selectmen and by a vote of the Finance Committee can be moved to, say, fuel costs or something of that extent, yes. So there are several opportunities for us to do that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on Article 5, Motion 1. When the light turns on, when the cube is green, you can vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. You can vote now. Voting is closed. Motion passes 199 to 6. Mrs. Sullivan, motion 2 on Article 5, which is the school budget, please.
School operating budget, I move that the town appropriate the sum of $40,044,916 as the general fund school operating budget for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, raise and appropriate the sum of $40,044,916 to be expended under the direction of the school committee.
Second.
The Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee voted unanimously to support this article.
Is there any further discussion on the school budget? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on Article 5, Motion 2, the school budget.
Want me to read the breakdown between salaries and expenses?
Yes, that would be a wonderful idea.
Okey dokey. Line 79 would be 32 million, this is salaries, 32,765,600. And line 80, expenses, would be $7,279,316. Thank you, sorry. for the
No
delay.
problem. Thank you.
I'm sorry, which, hold on what? 80 expenses? Yes. Okay, thank you. That's it.
And are there any questions?
80, there's a hold on line 80.
Expenses in the back.
Yes.
So my question on 80 for expenses, so that is what we pay for, is that our curriculum costs also? When the town buys buys curriculum? So I'm also wondering, within the expenses, how much money did the school department receive in grants for different curriculums? I'm just trying to understand that. Did they receive money if they got enough kids to take vaccinations?
Are you asking if they receive a grant, do we also fund it?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to understand how the grants work. For example, this year, I believe they're getting a grant for all-day kindergarten for next year. Is that true? I was at a school committee meeting and that came forward. So maybe if we could get an explanation. So if we get a grant for all-day kindergarten, and then next year that becomes an expense for us, because if it's a one-year grant, and then next year we have to fund it. I'm just trying to understand that, and I don't know if this is the appropriate place to ask that question, but
Well,
that's
if not now, when? So I will defer to Katie, our former and business manager for the schools, who helped author this budget.
Sure. So the expense that is shown in the warrant is the net expense. So we do build in any of the grants that we receive, whether they be federal or state grants, into our budget proposals in our budget bill during that process. And so we try to make sure the offsets that we build in are just consistent grants that we typically receive every year. And there is no grant that I'm aware of that will fund the cost of full-day tuition-free kindergarten at this time.
At this time. Okay, thank you. The part about, did you all receive money for the vaccines? And it was that, I'm just trying to understand. I've heard chatter about it. I just want clarification. And I don't know if this is it, it's the money part, so I'm just
So when
sorry.
the budget is presented to the Finance Committee, there very clearly will delineate funds from the town, funds that they expect from ongoing grants. So there, if I'm trying to think of another expression besides double dip, but it's very clearly laid out that that is not happening, and that they allocate where the monies are coming from.
So the town did not receive any money for?
No, I'm not saying that. I was referring back to what the numbers that are being presented
So
are.
is that, are you able to answer that question now, or is this not the appropriate time?
I'm not sure. I don't have an answer.
Okay.
Oh, good.
I'm just trying to understand.
Sure. So the school department didn't pay for any expenses related to vaccinations. There were a number of vaccination clinics that were held on site, but we did not fund through any of the CARES Act funding or the supplemental ESSER funding. None of that funding was allocated towards the cost of vaccinations.
Okay?
If I'm being clear, I'm just saying I still don't understand that answer. So I was just trying to understand if we got paid for the vaccinations. But I'll move on. I know it's, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
So, no, we did not.
Well, that's simple.
So I guess the question that you answered was, did we receive money to provide vaccinations for people? Was that the question? Because I'm thoroughly confused at this point. I believe that was the question, and your answer, no, is we were not paid to, we did not receive money to vaccinate students or staff. Is that accurate? Thank you. I think we're ready for a vote. Yes? One more question, please. Yes.
The money was
I'm sorry, you need to start all over again because we couldn't hear you.
Kathy Palmer, Powder Point Avenue.
Thank you.
I wasn't intending to say anything, but I think what the school committee person was saying was that the funds for the vaccinations were provided by the CARES Act. The CARES Act is a federal act. The money came from the federal government, so the town didn't have to pay for it. I just wanted to make that point.
So, do we have an answer? Is that what you were saying? Please come on up. Again, this is our business manager.
So the CARES Act money that the school department received was not used to fund any vaccinations at the school department. It was used for other costs to offset having the students and the staff in the buildings during the course of the pandemic.
And I would just add that the only involvement the school department had in vaccinations were that we were a host site for a state-run vaccine clinic that was of no cost to the school district. And our task throughout this year was just to have staff members and families self-report if their children were vaccinated, if they opted to do so confidentially into our medical portal. So we didn't receive any funding for or incentives for vaccination. We just needed to keep track of what our rate was in order to make a local decision about whether we could remove masks or have masks become optional if we reached an 80% vaccination threshold. So other than that, there was no funding incentive or any other involvement with the school district in vaccinating students in terms of grant funding or any other funding.
Ready for a vote? Okay. I'm going to call for a vote on Article 5, Motion 2. When the light turns green, if you're in favor of the school budget as presented, press 1. Opposed, press 2. Voting is now open. Motion passes 201 to 9. Mrs. Sullivan, motion number 3.
Operating budget, total budget summary, all motions. I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $83,970,149 as the operating budget of the town for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, exclusive of the Water Department and the Water Department debt service for the purposes and in the amounts specified in the motions previously voted under this Article 5. And to meet this appropriation, raise and appropriate the sum of $82,912,340,000 and transfer the sum of $1,057,809 in accordance with the transfers voted in motions previously voted under this Article 5.
Second.
So this is the summation of the last two motions that you voted. It is the exact same numbers. When we vote these numbers, we will actually have a fiscal '23 budget. I'm going to call for a vote.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, she said yes. Okay. Mrs. Sullivan says yes. Call for a vote on Article 5, Motion 3. The light is on. You can vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is closed, and the motion passes 198 to 8, so that we may have water. Mrs. Sullivan will have a motion number 4 on Article 5 for the Water Enterprise Fund.
Water Enterprise Fund, Motion 4. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $2,624,727 from Water Enterprise Fund revenue for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and further that $131,264 be raised from Water Enterprise Fund revenue to fund indirect costs associated with the Water Enterprise Fund appropriated in the general fund as identified in Article 5, Motion 1, to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee voted unanimously to support. And I will read. Water, line 93, salaries, $846,358. Line 94, expenses, $1,181,894. Debt service water, principal payments, line 95, $457,221. Line 96, interest on bonded debt, $79,139. Interest on temporary notes, line 97, $10,098. Bond expense, $10,000. There you go.
Having heard
no
no
holds.
Having heard no holds, I'll call for a vote at this time. So we're voting on.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I have a question. Did our Finance Committee chairperson read 96 as 79,139? If so, that's a typo. It should be 119,254. As we see, we have the same totals.
She did in fact read $79,139.
Yep, that's an error. It should be the 119,254.
119,254. Does that change the total?
No, that's still the right total.
It is the right total. I can see that as I go across the.
96, interest on bonded debt, $119,254. Thanks, Q.
Everybody have that? Anybody have a question on that? I'll ask for a vote now on Article 5, Motion 4, the Water Enterprise Fund. When the light goes on, you can vote. The voting is now open. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is closed, and the motion passes 199 to 3. On to the capital budget, Mrs. Sullivan.
Article 6, Motion 1, General Government Capital Budget. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $2,287,534 as the general government capital budget of the town for the purposes and in the amounts specified as follows, and to meet said appropriation, raise and appropriate the sum of $132,000 and transfer the sum of $2,155,534, from which $2,134,549 shall come from free cash and $20,985 shall come from Waterways Improvement Receipts Fund to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
This motion was supported by the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee unanimously. I will read. Select Board Town Manager, number 1, Powder Point Bridge, $300,000. Information Technology, number 2, Town Firewall Refresh and Consolidation, $52,189. Line 3, whatever phone system replacement, $142,525. Line 4, GIS flyover, $20,000. Facilities management, 5, painting and restoration projects, $37,315. Public safety, patrol fleet SUV, line 6, $62,100. Line 7, patrol fleet SUV, $62,100. Line 8, patrol fleet pickup truck, $59,000. Number 9, command vehicle lieutenant, $39,915. Line 10, body cam program, $78,632. Line 11, dispatch console replacement update, $41,500. Fire department, line 12, replace forest fire unit brush breaker. This is under motion 3, borrowing, but is worth note, it will be $488,000. 13,000 thermal imaging cameras, $36,588. Harbor Master Line 14 float replacement, $20,985. Animal control vehicle, $49,477. Lands and Natural Resources, line 16, replace a Toro mower for $133,191. Replace a truck, line 17, $300,317. Fuel depot, roof canopy, line 18, $70,866. Highway road maintenance, line 19, replace truck number 28, $252,572. Line 20, replace truck number 14, $241,336. Line 21, replace backhoe number 9, $132,458. Line 22, purchase a pickup with a plow, $51,996,000. Cemeteries, line 23, replace retort computers, $29,574. Recreation pool, line 24, replace chemical controller at the Percy Walker Pool, $19,993. Beach operations, line 25, 3 new utility vehicles, $39,804. And line 26, hauling trailer, $13,101.
Thank you.
No holds noted. Okay?
No holds, no question? All those, I'll call for a vote then on Article 6, Motion 1. When the light goes on, you can vote. Voting is now open. All those in favor is 1, opposed 2.
Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to be useful tomorrow.
Voting is closed, and the motion passes 193 to 17. May I have a motion for motion 2, school capital budget?
School capital budget, I move that the town appropriate the sum of $1,086,710 to the school capital budget for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $1,086,710 from free cash to be expended under the direction of the school committee.
Second.
As follows, line 27, instrument replacement, $17,877. Line 28, district-wide furniture replacement, $42,360. 29, steel athletic complex upgrade, $489,400. Line 30, phone system replacement, $138,475. 31, Meraki access point replacement, $398,598. No holds noted.
Actually,
Oh, there is a hold noted.
We do have a hold on line 29.
Thank you.
Okay. If you'll introduce yourself.
Jim Sullivan, Carriage Lane. This article, this line for the complex upgrade obviously is for the turf replacement, primarily, if not exclusively. As we may know, funds are readily available under the Community Preservation Fund for this type of expense. We are legally able to expend the money because the project was, prior to July 2012, approved by the town. Under the law, any project of this nature, turf fields, approved before July of 2012, is a sanctioned turf field under the law. And being in that category, it is eligible for rehab, renovation, and restoration funds under the law. Now, if we pursue that and determine that, my recommendation is that instead of additional taxation to fund this type of item, we resort to the Capital Preservation Fund that we've already all contributed to for years, and use that asset for this type of expenditure and not have to incur this type of expenditure now. Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, you might wait there for just a second. Do we have a response? Town council is going to respond, apparently.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you, Mr. Moderator, to the previous speaker. My name is Jeffrey Blake, as you know, and I'm your town council. Thank you for having me here today. I understand the argument that's being made by the previous speaker. I've spoken with him, and I have read some others in other communities trying to make that same argument. I don't believe that interpretation is shared by DOR, and as a result would possibly jeopardize any expenditure under the CPC for that particular expense. Be that as it may, it is not an article in the on the warrant by the CPC and hasn't been recommended by the CPC. So in order for that expenditure to be made through the CPA, through CPA monies, through the CPC for CPA monies, you'd have to come back next year to a town meeting to expend those funds if they are in fact appropriately used. And again, I understand that DOR does not share that same interpretation.
Thank you.
Thank you much for that opinion, which I beg to differ with. There are other towns, I believe Norwood has already gone this very same route, having been in the same category as Duxbury and the timing. That is a precedent, and I have not seen anything definitive from the Department of Revenue on that opinion on this very clearly written law, which has been explored a number of times and is simply stating any project prior to July 2012 is a sanctioned project and eligible for funding under the CPA. It is not a very complicated law. It is very clearly written, and again, others differ with the opinion rendered. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Sullivan.
One of the points that we discussed when we were discussing with the school department was that the CPC monies only paid for, because there was much debate, as I think folks that were here can recall, that the CPC money being used for the actual turf field and the turf. The monies that were expended by CPC were for site prep and drainage only, not for what they're trying to replace. So that was another cause for us to be concerned that that would not be an appropriate course.
Oh, I don't debate the point you made. At that time, that type of prevailing opinion was prevailing. Therefore, this approach was used for drainage, et cetera, to avoid the issue. But the issue is very clear. It can be used to renovate, rehab, and restore an artificial turf. And at the time, we went that route for several reasons, probably unnecessarily, but again, I say, the law is very clear on the ability to use CPA funds for this. Now, maybe the fund has been deleted on other projects. That would be a concern, of course. But again, the issue is, it can be used. And in the past, there were overtures in this direction that failed.
I think the point was that we had concern that the CPC did not pay for the field. It paid for something other than that, and therefore the grandfathering might be called into question. It was the conversation.
Yes, it was the conversation and the route taken at the time for a myriad of reasons. And I'm saying that route need not be followed because it's a dead end. It is not the way the law is written. And in the future, I would hope that we would explore that avenue instead of paying another $2 million of $1.5 million of additional taxes when we've already pre-funded this type of project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I will ask for a vote on Article 6, Motion 2, as presented by Mrs. Sullivan. When the cube turns green, you can vote 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is closed. Motion passes 163 to 50. Mrs. Sullivan, Article 6, Motion 3, and I want to mention that Motion 3 is a borrowing article, and while we've had great support for all of these items so far. In order for this to pass, it needs a two-thirds vote. A two-thirds vote because it involves borrowing. Mrs. Sullivan, motion 3.
Motion 3, Fire Department capital budget including borrowing, as referenced when we were discussing capital budget before. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $488,000 to the Fire Department capital budget for the purposes and in the amounts specified below to replace forest fire unit brush breaker, and to meet said appropriation, borrow the sum of $488,000 to be expended under the direction of the town manager, and further to authorize the treasurer with the approval of the Board of Selectmen to borrow such sums pursuant to General Law Chapter 44, subsection 7 or 8, and any other enabling authority, and issue bonds and notes of the town.
Second.
Recommendations from the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee were unanimous. Fire Department, line 12, replace forest fire unit 488,000, sorry.
Motion's been made and seconded. I see no questions or discussion. So I'll call for a vote now at this point. Article 6, motion 4. I'm sorry. Article 6, motion 3. It requires a two-thirds vote. Voting is open. Voting is closed and the motion passes 177 yes, 29 no. Article 4, Mrs. Sullivan.
Water Enterprise Fund capital budget. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $180,000 to the Water Enterprise Fund capital budget for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $180,000 from the unexpended balances of the following projects to be expended under the direction of the town manager. $132,368.16, Damon Wells, March 8th, 2008, Article 6, Motion 5. $47,561.72, Route 3 Crossing Water Mains, March 11th, 2006, Article 6, Motion 7, $70.12, Birch Street Tank, March 11, 2006, Article 6, Motion 7.
Second.
Was fully supported by Board of Selectmen voted 4-0, Finance Committee 7-0.
Any questions?
Do you want me to read line 32? The line 32, PFAS filtration capital project, which will be seen in motion 5. SCADA radio system upgrade, $30,000. System rehabilitation, line 34, $150,000.
Very good. Any questions? I'll call for a vote then on the Article 6, Motion 4. Voting is now open.
Yeah, I know.
Motion passes 194 to 4. Mrs. Sullivan, can we have a motion for Article 6, Motion 5? This is for the PFAS filtration system you mentioned just a few minutes ago, and it requires a two-thirds vote since it includes borrowing.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $1,800,000 to the Water Enterprise Capital Budget for the purposes and in the amounts specified below for PFAS filtration, and to meet said appropriation, borrow the sum of $1,800,000 to be expended under the direction of the town manager, and further to authorize the treasurer with the approval of the Board of Selectmen to borrow such sums pursuant to General Law, Chapter 44, subsection 7 or 8, or any other enabling authority, and issue bonds and notes of the town.
Second.
This was unanimously supported by the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee. It is one article, line 32, PFAS filtration, $1,800,000.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
If I could add one piece to this discussion. We are looking to apply for Plymouth County to pay for the full $1.8 million on this PFAS filtration project. If we do not get that, at least we have the authorization to borrow for this project, but at this point, it looks like most of the funding can come through Plymouth County ARPA funds, which is the American Rescue Plan.
Good news. Does that engender any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote then on Article 6, Motion 5. It requires a 2/3 vote since it includes a borrowing authorization. All those in favor press 1. All those opposed press 2. Motion passes 198 to 7. Article 7, Mrs. Sullivan.
I move that the town appropriate the sum of $123,647 to the small equipment and minor services budget for the purposes and in the amounts specified below, and to meet said appropriation, raise and appropriate the sum of $95,444, transfer the sum of $28,203 from the Waterway Improvement Fund to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
This was unanimously supported by the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee. Police, line 1, washer, $719. Line 2, dryer, $579. Line 3, carpet purchase and install, $8,934. Line 4, utility trailer, $11,142. Harbor master, line 5, swim buoys, $9,569. Line 6, repair ribcraft, $11,834. Line 7, replace gangway hinges, $6,800. Vehicle maintenance, line 8, replace a compressor, $14,940. DPW cemetery, line 9, blower, $12,852. Line 10, mower, $14,725. Library, line 11, crack filling in the parking lots, $4,700. Line 12, window blinds, 5, $950,000. $950, Jesus, Mary and St. Joseph. $950. Recreation, repair the Alden Courts, line 13, $10,945. North Hill Country Club, line 14, privacy fence, $11,858. Beach operations, line 15, convert truck 179 from DPW, $3,100. DPD, Duxbury Police Department.
Police Department.
I have no idea what I said. Okay, good. We got a truck from the police department. We have to change it over so that it reflects the department it belongs to now.
What was that?
Able to ask a question?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. Alyssa Merrick, 1 Alpheus Way. Just on the Alden courts, I know we have Article 20 coming up to change one of the courts there, but just wondering, does this $10,000 go to the $88,000 if that's approved in Article 20, or is this separate?
Gordon will address it.
Gordon, do we have an answer? This may be one of the last answers you get.
And I thought I was going to get away without having to speak at all, but good question. So if you're on Alden Street and you're facing the courts, there are 3 courts. There are 2 on the left-hand side, front and back, and 1 on the right is a basketball court. So this is the one closest to Alden Street that is a tennis court. That court's in disrepair and needs to be crack sealed and seal coated and relined. The $88,000 that we're going to be talking about through CPC later on today or tomorrow night.
Later on today.
Is nothing to do with that. It's totally separate. That cost alone is to convert that tennis court in the back to 3 pickleball courts. So 2 totally separate projects and separate buckets of money.
Trying to understand that. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Kate Riley from 9 Puritan Way. I'm just wondering if this is also for tar kilns repair that are in disrepair, so there's nothing allotted for the tar kiln?
No. So the courts at Tarkland that need ongoing maintenance, we handle through the Recreation Revolving Fund, where we take in fees from the programs that we run, and we repair the courts on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. When the cube turns green, we can vote. Voting is now open. All those in favor, press 1. Opposed, press 2.
Well, we're done. The beach lease is the only thing left. Do you want to?
Voting is closed. Motion passes 200 to 5. Article 8.
Okay.
Article number 8, please.
Article number 8, I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Second.
Any questions? I'll call for a vote on article number 8. All those, when the light turns green, we can vote. Voting is now open. Voting is closed and the article passes 178 to 12. Article 9.
Subject, Duxbury Beach Lease. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $950,000 to be expended under the direction of the town manager for the purpose of leasing Duxbury Beach, being that portion of land in the towns of Duxbury and Plymouth owned by the Duxbury Beach Reservation Incorporated, south of a line running approximately east to west along the northerly edge of the northerly parking area at the east end of the Powder Point Bridge, subject to an area of land excluded at High Pines used by the Duxbury Beach Reservation, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen or its designee to execute a lease on the behalf of the town for the period beginning July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023, on such terms and conditions the Board of Selectmen deems in the best interest of the town.
Second.
This was supported by the Board of Selectmen, voted 4-0. Finance Committee voted 6-1-1 to recommend.
And since this involves the lease of property, it will take a 2/3 vote to pass. Are there any questions about the beach lease? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote on Article 9. When the light turns green, we can vote. Voting is now open. Motion passes 185 to 25. Article number 10, please.
I'll take a shot at this one, Mr. Moderator. Article 10, subject 4th of July appropriation. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 to fund the town of Duxbury's 4th of July parade, ceremonies, and related activities to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
And a second. Are there any questions? Hearing none, I'll ask for a vote on Article number 10. Voting is now open. Voting is closed, and the motion passed 191 to 11. Article number 11, which some people may be aware of, is the funding of engineering, design, works, and construction related to the proposed Department of Public Works facility. Can I have a motion on that, please? And then we will have some explanation.
Article 11, subject, funding of engineering, design, work, and construction related to the proposed Department of Public Works facility. I move that the town raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, and/or borrow the sum of $26,400,000 to be expended under the direction of the town manager for engineering, design services, and construction of a new Department of Public Works facility to be located at 878 Tremont Street, also known as Assessor's Map Parcel Number 092-500-016, and any and all incidental and related expenses, and to meet said appropriation, to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, to borrow all or a portion of such money, such sum of money under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7 or 8, or any other enabling authority, and issue bonds and notes of the town, therefore, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen and/or its designee to apply for, accept, and expend any state and/or federal grants and/or loans or other public or private funds that may be available for the project, and to execute any and all documents and take all other action necessary or convenient to undertake this project, provided, however, that the vote taken hereunder shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters of the town of a Proposition 2.5, so-called debt exclusion question, to exempt from the limitation on total taxes imposed by General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, the amounts required to pay principal and interest on said borrowing. Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and Fiscal Advisory all voted unanimously in support of this article.
Thank you.
And I will address it, sir?
Please.
If I may. Well, I guess it's afternoon by now. Good afternoon, everyone. Article 11 is funding of engineering, design, and construction for a new Department of Public Works 38,000 square foot facility, the cost of which is estimated, as you just heard, to be $26.4 million. We'll hear shortly from Rainey Reed and Peter Butkus regarding the merits and also of this project, and also the consulting engineer, Jeff Alberti from Weston and Sampson, is available to answer any technical questions. As such, I would like to simply state that this facility is long overdue for replacement. It is not a mere barn or garage. This facility includes office space, employee facilities, workshops, vehicle maintenance, a wash bay, and vehicle and equipment storage. It will house 49 men and women working in 9 various departments who provide a wide range of services to this community. There are numerous environmental, safety, and workplace issues that support this project. We as a community will be better served with a DPW facility designed to handle the needs of Duxbury, its employees, and the multi-million dollars worth of equipment we have invested in. Your Select Board, Finance Committee, Fiscal Advisory have all voted unanimously to support this project. Please note, if this passes, in order to proceed, it also requires approval of a ballot question on March 26th at the annual town meeting. When you came in today to the meeting, there were some brochures out front that you could have picked up that does a nice job of explaining in detail the project. And Peter Butkus has volunteered that if anybody wants to go down and take a look at the existing facilities, to give him a call, and he'll arrange a meeting down there for you. We strongly urge you to support this article. Thank you.
It's yours.
We do have a brief presentation that we'd like to run for you. Thank you for your patience.
Hi there, my name is Rainey Reed, and I'm the town manager for the town of Duxbury. I'm here today to talk about the new DPW facility that we have proposed for the voters to consider at the annual town meeting on Saturday, March 12th. We've presented an article in the warrant. Article 11 is contemplating a $26.4 million project to replace the existing DPW structure that's been here for well over 50 years. Following that action, we're going to ask the voters to also consider a ballot question on Saturday, March 26th, at which time they would actually approve the expenditure of the funds.
Peter Butkus, the Director of Public Works. I've worked for the town of Duxbury for almost 3 decades. I'm vested in this town and in this operation. So the Department of Public Works touches all the infrastructure in the town. There are 49 employees. That is both field personnel and administrative personnel. So under the umbrella of the Department of Public Works in Duxbury is the Highway Department, Lands and Natural Resources Department, Water Department, Sewer Department, Cemetery Crematory, Transfer Station, Animal Control, Animal Shelter, Vehicle Maintenance. The facility itself is fairly inadequate in size. The main part of the building was built 50 to 70 years ago. The population in Duxbury was probably 4,000 people. We have very little shop space. We cannot house all our equipment undercover. The vehicle maintenance department that maintains, the fleet for the whole town except for the large fire trucks is very small, and we can't really work safely in there. All our salt loading and unloading has to be done outside, and that's in storm situations. That can't be kept undercover. The vehicles are outside a good portion of the time. The site does not have any formal drainage, so we're really not EPA or DEP compliant, and we are located in the Zone 2 aquifer. We want to do the right thing environmentally for the town and its water source.
This project is of critical import, not just to the people who work here, but also all of our residents, of which I am one.
The current state of the facility makes it very difficult, especially in times of natural disasters and storms, to keep the town safe.
I've said for many years that the DPW represents the tip of the spear in terms of emergency services. Once they roll out their trucks and clear the snow, they make it safe for the fire and police to be able to have access to the residents of the town.
So we need to be able to operate at the highest level possible. Many people have noticed over the last couple of decades that storms seem to be getting worse, and we need to do all we can to be prepared for those situations. The plan is to actually build the new facility on the same footprint. I think what people need to keep in mind is we're building a facility. We're not building just a building. The facility will consist of self-contained wash bays that filter the water that we clean the trucks with instead of it going into the ground. Vehicles will be kept undercover, so if there's a fuel leak, there's an oil leak, whatever the case may be, it'll be in a contained area that can't escape into the environment. There'll be offices, there'll be workshops, there'll be an adequate vehicle maintenance facility to be able to take care of a multi-million-dollar fleet.
If ever there was a time to try and approve this project, this is it. Currently, the average single-family dwelling has an assessed value of $893,000 in Duxbury. That gives us a tax bill on average of just over $11,000 a year. This project would add $267 a year to that bill. The interesting thing here, though, is in the first year of the debt being acquired, 3 projects will be rolling off of the debt schedule, which are the Chandler Roof Project, the Percy Walker Pool Construction Project, and the second bond for the school. So that first year would actually reduce that amount from $267 per household to $134. After that, there would be a slight increase, but overall, over the 20-year cost of the bond, the price would be going down. As you've heard our DPW Director, Peter Butkus, describe, the importance of the project isn't just for housing equipment. It's to make our site more environmentally sound. It's to make sure that the employees who work here have a safe working environment and that we're providing the best service that we can for the town of Duxbury. It's an important measure for a very important department, and we think that in the long run, it's money very well spent. That's why we're asking the voters to approve Article 11 on Saturday, March 12th, and then of equal import to approve the ballot question on Saturday, March 26th. Thanks so much for taking the time to watch.
And if any of you have any questions, our design engineer, Jeff Alberti, is here to help answer them. Thank you.
You've been patiently waiting since the video started.
My name's Joanne Kingsley, Lakeshore Drive. DPW needs a building without a doubt, and I don't mind that. It's what was said at the very beginning of this presentation that has come back to haunt us many times. The comment was made, and any of the incidentals. Now, let's see, a couple of years ago, we had to do all kinds of money to the police department because it was so poorly designed, and it was hazardous to them. I have some concerns with that comment, incidentals, because many things in the town get mentioned, like Tarkland was going to be taken care of, and the beautiful courts that people get used now have been taken over by a group of people who think it's much more important than children. The incidental comment, I would like a big explanation on that, because that means when something isn't done right, no offense to the engineers and whatever, you come back and ask us for more money. And that's what my concern is. It's happened with the police department, it's happened with several different projects. Projects we were told we're not going to cost the taxpayers, but then we turn around 5 years later and we're getting hit again. You're going to be pricing us, most of us, out of town anyways. But in the meantime, I just would like to know what your incidentals and how that's going to be absorbed a few years down the line when there's an error made again. But the DPW does need a building. It's just the comment of the incidentals really concerns me after coming back from the police department, which they needed, but there was an error in the build-up. We paid it.
Yes. If you'll introduce yourself, he's one of our engineers. We're one of the engineers working for a company we're employing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. With regard to the costs and the incidentals that was mentioned, this was part of the normal cost estimating process when we developed the budget for the project. We took into account the construction cost of the facility itself, plus additional soft costs associated with designing the building, furnishing the building, and providing those elements. With regard to the details of the design, we work very closely with a team that has worked on more than 100 public works facilities. In New England, we're building these every year, so we have some really good data and understand what's needed to fund these projects, and that's all included within the budget.
Thank you.
I don't want to take offense to it, but that's what we heard when the police department was built too. So this is why the concern is no one's going to be coming back in 5 years saying, oops, we goofed, now you've got to pay for a ventilation system to protect their health. I kind of would like some firm thing, because I think will come under incidentals.
I'm not sure we have an answer for your concern. Friend.
I believe in the budget there is, I want to say 18% as a contingency. Is that correct? Do I have the number right? So 18% of this $26 million is contingency money. Now that's more than enough, I think, to handle 99% of incidentals that may come up. So they've set aside within that $26 million budget, 18% that's undesignated for construction or design, just in case we have overruns, just in case there are incidentals. And that's a pretty large contingency. Usually it's around 10%. We can't predict about costs of equipment going up and materials. That's part of it too. But there is room in there for, I would say, the majority of incidentals.
My
Hopefully.
concern of incidentals is not that. My concern of the incidentals what happened with the police station, and we had to come back and pay for that because nobody was held responsible. So we came back on the taxes. That's where my incidentals is concerned, because I'm tired of paying back when someone doesn't do a poor job. I don't get that second option in my job. I hold it accountable, and I hold this accountable for those incidentals. That was really poor on the police department, but that was all presented and everything was going to be fine then, yet we paid.
May I, Mr. Moderator? Yeah. I don't want to pay for it either. I don't want to pay for any mistakes. This is a different project. It's a different scale. It's a different dollar amount. And this will include an owner's project manager that we are required by law to have come in and oversee the work of the engineer, the work that the town wants to do, make sure all the subs and the contractors have got everything addressed. So I don't want to have to pay for anything twice either, and I sure as heck don't want to pay for any mistakes just like you. So we'll be good.
Mr. Moderator, could I add one other thing to your comment? Because I think it is a valid comment. And maybe the question is better, instead of under incidentals, maybe it could be put to our engineering firm, is there a guarantee or a warranty built into the future work?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you, the project does include typically a one-year warranty on all work through construction, and then for certain elements within the building, we have extended warranties. Some extend outwards of 5, and in some cases 20 years, and that's depending on the specific components of the building, and that's done through the contract documents.
Mr. Martachini, you've been patiently waiting.
Andre Martachini, 110 Heritage Lane. For anybody who has been down to this facility, and I encourage you to go in the next 2 weeks before the election, it's a disgrace. And the issue here is not when we will do this, but, or if we will do this, we will do it at some point. And the cost of construction is going to go up every year. And I think the longer we delay, you know, as much as this is a tremendous expense, $26 million, but the next time we come back and look at it again, it's going to be 28, 30. It will not go down, ever. We are required by law to meet certain standards for environmental, for bathrooms. If you know, we have bathrooms that are not code compliant. We could be sued by staff. They're not ADA compliant. They're not accessible. We can be sued. So to me, this is an opportunity. We will do this at some point because things will start to collapse at a certain point. So whether it's today or 5 years from now, the cost will only be going up, so I request that you vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman on this side?
Paul Brogner, 90 Humphreys Lane. Over the last 20, 25 years, there's been a number of architects and engineers in town that have been on building committees of this type. And as the lady before asked the question about the construction money, the way this project is proposed to be constructed with the money that's being requested today and 2 weeks from today is basically everything from design, permitting, construction, furnishings. It's everything from soup to nuts. And obviously, once the contracts are let and the work is done, the bidding is completed, and we break ground to build the project and take 18 months to do it, the maximum amount will include everything. Obviously, we've managed projects differently, where we go for the design money on year one, come back for the construction money year two, There are benefits to that, but there are disadvantages to that too. And the way Weston and Sampson has proposed the project, and with their extensive experience of over 100 public works garages within the Commonwealth and southeastern Massachusetts, it's something that these prices should work. Obviously, there are a lot of variables today, but whatever group of people get involved with the building committee, it's going to be their professional obligation and responsibility to bring everything in within budget. So that's our intent, and hopefully everybody supports that direction. Thank you.
Woman here on my left.
Sheila Lynch Bentinen, 344 West Street. I have a question and a comment. My question is, on Article 11, it doesn't mention the budget, and I'm wondering how it will be worded for the town to vote on later this month. Will the actual 26.4 be in the vote at the end of the month?
The ballot question is actually at the beginning of the warrant in Article 1, and the verbiage is there. This is where we're due the dollar amount, right here.
My question is, will people voting at the end of the month have the number 26.4 million as part of their vote? Will it be in the vote?
It will not, my understanding is that it will not be in the vote. What will be in the vote is exactly what you saw in the warrant and the motion for Article number 1.
So
accurate?
my understanding then is that we voted for Prop 2.5 already, and then this is the funding. And the last time this was going around, it listed 17.9 to 18.3 and was voted positive at this town meeting. And then it went to the ballot with the actual number in the ballot, and it was turned down, in my estimation, as too expensive. So now, 3 years later, it's 26.4, and most of the town will not know that at the town vote, that it's gone up by 8 million, and I think they should. And I think the vote should include 26.4 so people know what they're voting for. And I think it's an omission to not have it in the town vote. So you answered my question. It won't be on the ballot.
It will not, what you see in the warrant it will not be on the ballot. The wording on the ballot is what is in Article 1.
And the last time, the wording included the budget, and it was turned down. And my estimation, the town said, try to lower cost. And instead, this comes in at 26.4, and it won't be before the voters, and they'll be voting for something that they don't know the number on. And I think that's wrong for the town to do that to the voters at the end of the month. And I request that in the voting at the end of the month, the budget 26.4 be included, so people, I actually think we need a new DPW. I know the DPW does a great job, but I do think the town needs to be aware it's an enormous expense not to have the budget in the actual vote at the end of the month. And it's, I think, wrong for the town to put it before the voters without the number.
Town council is making his way to the microphone. He has a response.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, to the previous speaker. Mr. Moderator, under Chapter 59, Section 21C, for a so-called debt exclusion, which this is, DOR and the state has prescribed what the ballot question has to be. So we don't have any authority to put in the number. We have copied exactly what was in the question under Section 5921C. So that's why that number is not in there.
Thank you. I think This gentleman in the gray sweater seems to have been up there for a while.
Dan Kostreva, 239 Elm Street. First of all, I'm glad that Mr. Reed spoke about the impact on taxes. I think it's very minimal. Mr. Martachini spoke about the inevitable increase in costs of construction. It's already happened in the last 3 years. And I think we all know how dependent we are upon the DPW. You don't have to look too far at a road blockage because something got knocked down, a tree fell down on your street and you can't even get out of your driveway until they come and take care of it. And boy, they're pretty quick about it. My one last point, without repeating other people, is we're all hearing right now that interest rates are going up. And that's a huge portion of the cost of any big capital project. And so I really, really think that, and I hope that the voters on the ballot will also approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could again ask you to introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you. Susan Schofield, 30 James Road. Thank you for an excellent presentation. I thought it was very, very well done. I love Duxbury DPW. Definitely tip of the spear. Well, I don't want to make the cops and the fire department feel bad and the teachers, but in any event, years ago we voted on the school facilities here, and I do remember there was options presented. There was a plan A, B, and C. So this is a huge scaled project, so that's one question, whether there's a plan A or B. It doesn't seem to be, and I understand that, but so that's one comment that I'd like to make. And to that previous speaker who spoke to what happened at the fire department, sadly, I would also like to say that construction of the Powder Point Bridge, we were told that was 100-year wood, and now we're replacing that. And at the Performing Arts Center, we've had flooding and different issues there. So very valid points. Now, as I mentioned, we have we own buildings, not just in Duxbury, but also in Hingham and in Weymouth. So I deal with construction costs all of the time. For example, I have a new tenant moving into my commercial building, office building. My flooring contractor is giving me a bid on Monday, and because the costs are going up extraordinarily quickly, bids are only good for 2 weeks, so I'm wondering how we're going to adhere to the building budgets, because if you talk to anybody else who's done a building project, lumber costs have gone up, and the quotes are only being held for such a short period of time, so in the RFP, I'm not sure how that's being handled. So that's one other area. And then my third question is, or comment is, your visuals were so strong in the video that you presented. I couldn't help to notice that the DPW building was falling apart. Where's facilities maintenance? I see buildings in town that are hundreds of years old that are still standing. So if we build it, we must maintain it. Thank you. And I support the new DPW building, but I'd love to see it smaller scaled somehow. Thank you.
Mr. Butkus.
Peter Butkus, DPW Director. Unfortunately, we couldn't really look at options because of the size of the fleet and the actual job that the DPW does. We did go back in 2018 and scaled the facility down 3 different times to, I think, a 14% reduction. The last thing we wanted to do was to build a facility that wouldn't meet our needs and certainly would not give us any room to grow into. So I hope that answers at least the question on the options.
Please.
Mr. Moderator, Jeff Alberti from Weston and Sampson again. Just in response to the question about pricing, we're definitely aware of the construction market and escalation. We've been monitoring the pricing very closely over the last 2 years, and actually having bid similar DPW projects, we've been able to track that and have incorporated that into the overall cost. We've also included an escalation factor. And then within the contract documents, we will have provisions that a contractor is required by law to hold their bid upwards of 30 days, 30 business days, until such time that the contract is awarded. And then following that, they do not have the ability to come back and ask for escalators on their bid. Their bid will be final, and that will be the price that will be paid for the project. So that's all covered in the contract documents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reed.
With respect to the facilities aspect and the maintenance thereof, 11 years ago, the town decided that it would be a good idea to have a facilities manager, facilities director. And so what we did is we funded that position and hired our first facilities director, Brian Cherry, who worked here for the last 9 years. And after that, upon his departure, Superintendent Klingman and I hired another facilities director, and her name is Christina Knowles, and she's here today. I don't know if she's in the building, but if she is, she could wave. But nonetheless, we're proud in the work that we take in maintaining and preserving our buildings, but this one is no facilities director project. This is a teardown from day one. This building sailed out its useful life probably 20 years ago, not because of anyone's fault, but just because of the conditions that it's exposed to, the materials that were used to build it 70 plus years ago. This building has had its useful life, its day has come and gone, and that's why we are where we are today.
Jim Lampert, 148 Washington Street. I want to echo a couple of things that have already been said. The first is that this town meeting voted for this project 3 years ago. The condition of this building has not improved since then. What has happened is that the costs have skyrocketed. As Andre said, this is not a question of if this building is going to be replaced, and I would parenthetically add before more of it falls down. It's a question of when we should do it. The time when we should have done it was 3 years ago, cheaper. Town meeting stood up and said yes. The voters at the ballot said no. So what I would urge everyone here to do, there'll be 200 of us roughly voting on this here at town meeting. Optimistically, I expect that this article will pass town meeting. But that is only the first step. Please, all of you who are here, all of you who know what the condition of that building is and how badly it needs to be replaced and what is happening to costs if we delay any more, talk to your neighbors. There'll be a lot more of them going out 2 weeks from today than came through the rain today. What this town cannot afford is for people who don't understand, for who knows what reasons, the disastrous situation we have down at the foot of that hill and how badly it needs to be corrected and how much more it's going to cost us if we don't correct it now. Usual word, get out the vote and get the vote out to vote for this because we desperately need it.
Any other comments, or are we ready for a vote?
Yes, sir. Vote.
I think we're ready for a vote. So I'm going to ask that we vote on Article number 11. It's the construction design for the proposed DPW facility. It requires a 2/3 vote. When the cube turns green, we can vote. Voting is now open. Voting is closed, and the motion passes 194 to 27. Article number 12.
Lunch? Are you on a diet, Tuffy?
Are people interested in lunch? I'm sensing they...
I don't care.
What time is it?
I have to go to the bathroom. It's 1:45.
12:40, it's 12:43, so how about we take a lunch? People want an hour? Okay.
No.
Half hour.
We have to go home.
Half hour. Okay.
We have
I have a granola bar I'll share. There were some old munchkins out there too, so, yeah.
All right, it is 12:43, so how about 1:30? 45 minutes. All right, I'm going to ask for a motion, I'll entertain a motion to recess this annual town meeting until 1:30. That'll give us 45 minutes to try to get something to eat, and perhaps we can finish up the rest of the articles. When you come back, we have a number of items to be indefinitely postponed. So, can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those, I'll call for a. I'm in multiple rooms. Yeah, so I can't do a voice vote. Please fire up the machine. All those in favor, press 1. Opposed, press 2. We have people in other rooms. I can't do a voice vote because I can't hear them. I'm hoping they can hear me, but we'll see. So, 1 point, motion passes 84 to 44. One thing I will mention is, if you're going to go to lunch and come back, hang on to your voting machine. When you get back, if the screen is entirely blank, hit the bottom right-hand corner of the power button. It'll wake itself up. If you don't expect to come back, or you're not positive you're going to come back, please put your machines in the gray bucket on the way out the door. Thank you. The annual town meeting will now reconvene where we left off, which is the beginning of Article 12, and just a couple of remarks before we start. If you are in one of the remote rooms, there are empty seats available here in the main gym. You will need to swap out your handheld device in order to vote in this room, but there are seats available. And if you are coming back and you look at your screen and it's blank, bottom right-hand corner, as you look at it, is a little power button. If you push it, it'll reactivate your handheld voting device. So having said that, I'm going to ask for a motion for Article 12.
Okay. Article 12, petition to the Massachusetts General Court for special legislation to offset betterment assessments from funds from Federal Emergency Management Agency associated with the seawall restoration project. I move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the Massachusetts General Court for special legislation permitting the town to use funds granted to the town by the Federal Emergency Management Agency for the seawall restoration project to reduce the betterments assessed by the town on the property owners benefiting from said project as printed in the warrant.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions, concerns, discussion that people would like to have? Sensing none, I will ask for a vote on Article number 12. When we have a green cube, you can vote. Voting is now open. Not that I think people need to be reminded, but 1 is yes, 2 is no.
Doesn't hurt.
No.
And just to be clear, I say that so that people in other rooms who might not be able to see the green cube as well understand that voting is open. I think I figured out that most people here are on top of it. So voting is closed. It passes 137 to 8. Article 13, please.
That's you, madam. I would move the town of Duxbury support the off-site storage spent nuclear fuel. I move that the town vote to authorize the town clerk of Duxbury to forward the text of this article to Governor Charles Baker, the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and the town of Duxbury's congressional and state delegations as printed in the warrant.
Second.
We have a
Board of-
motion and a second. Mrs. Sullivan, did you have anything you wanted to say?
I was just saying the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee voted unanimously to support.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine.
To speak to the article is Mrs. Lampert.
Yes, Mary Lampert, 148 Washington Street. This is really a no-brainer. Just about 6 miles from here, there's over 4,000 spent nuclear fuel assemblies being stored, and clearly they shouldn't be stored here for the indefinite future. The reason being that they're being stored in canisters less than a football field distance from a public road in full view, very vulnerable to a terrorist attack, number one. Each canister, each cask, picture a Campbell's soup can, is vulnerable and contains about a half the cesium-137 that was released in Chernobyl. So clearly, not only our community, this building, but the state is at risk. Furthermore, they are being held in canisters that are half-inch thick metal, and they're susceptible to corrosion. So clearly, they should be out of here. But there is no place to store them. The Department of Energy appointed a Blue Ribbon Commission in 2012, and they came up with suggestions to Congress that essentially has the same language as in this article. However, nothing's been done. Congress hasn't gotten off its butt. And this article gives them a kick where they deserve it to get moving so there can be appropriate storage in appropriate locations that have given consent to store this stuff, both permanent deep geological repository and in the interim storage that there would be consent and are appropriate. It is not appropriate to store this stuff in congested areas. It is not appropriate by the water. It's not appropriate in a tempting terrorist target like America's hometown. So a vote yes on this article is simply to encourage our elected officials to give a nudge or a kick in the pants to Congress to get going and do what they were told to do in 2012. So that's it. Oh, any questions?
Any questions or concerns? Hearing, and I suppose we're all concerned, but no questions. That having been said, I think I'll call for a vote. Vote on Article 13. When the cube turns green, you can vote. Voting is now open. Are you speaking to Article 14? Is Becky? No, this is going to be done. Is Becky speaking to it?
She just likes to go in case something.
Okay. Voting is now closed, and the article passes 179 to 2. Article number 14, Mrs. Sullivan.
proposed amendment to the general bylaws by adding a new section 7.9.2. I move that the town vote to amend the general bylaws by adding a new section entitled Section 7.9.2 to read as shown by underlining for additions, such markings for illustrative purposes only, as printed in the warrant.
Second.
The Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee voted unanimously to support.
We have a motion and a second for the article. Mrs. Lampert has some comments.
The company that's decommissioning and owns the Pilgrim Nuclear Power Station has 1 million gallons of radioactive water. It also contains chemicals that they have to get rid of in order to take down the buildings. This highly contaminated water comes out of the spent fuel pool. It comes out of the reactor inner vessel. It comes out of other parts that clearly are contaminated. So I can make this really short and say, okay, do you want the town to do what it can do regarding having 1 million gallons of radioactive water dumped into Cape Cod Bay that the tides will bring into our bay? This clearly would be a big negative for the aquaculture industry. It would be a negative also for tourism, for rentals, for real estate. A very similar language that we have here, Josh Cutler has as a bill in front of the legislature. A realtor from Plymouth said she lost 2 potential sales simply because of this. And so clearly it's bad for our business, not to mention public health, because what the federal regulators allow released into the water is based upon very old scientific understanding of the effect of radiation on health, number one. Number two, it is the licensee, not the NRC, not Mass Department of Public Health, that is at the release point to review how much radiation actually will be released. So it's taking the word of the licensee. And once it's released, it can't be taken out. And so this is just adding one more arrow into the quiver to try to convince the licensee, you know what, this is a very bad idea. A very bad idea for your PR, number one, and a bad idea because it would allow for potential suits, and that's nothing a company would want to do. What they can do is what they're doing in Vermont. The company that's decommissioning there said, no, we will not put any radioactivity, chemicals, any dumping at all in the Connecticut River. We are going to ship 2 million gallons of contaminated water out of state to a licensed facility. There is no reason that Holtec cannot do the same. It'll cut a little out of their profit. However, we have figured they are likely to make $800 million in this decommissioning job where they bought the plant for about $1,000. So no, I'm sorry, I'm not crying. So I would highly recommend we vote yes and then move forward.
Is there any questions or further discussion needed? Sensing none, I will ask for a vote. A vote under Article 14. yes, that's it. When it turns green, we get to vote. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is over, and the vote passes 193 to 6. Article 15.
Article 15, subject, the acceptance of Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, parentheses 54, to permit the assessor of the town of Duxbury to establish a minimum fair cash value of over $1,000 for personal property accounts. I move that the town vote to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, parentheses 54, close parens, to permit the assessors of the town of Duxbury to establish a minimum fair cash value of over $1,000 for personal property accounts to be taxed starting in FY 2023 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee and Board of Assessors voted unanimously to support.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions? Hearing none, I'll ask for a vote on Article 15. When the cube turns green, we can vote. Voting is now open. Voting is closed, and the article passes 168 to 31. Article 16. Article 16 is a citizen's petition, and you, sir, are the petitioner?
Yes, Emil Reinhalter, 9 McLean's Way. I submitted the citizen's petition in Article 16, and I'd like to withdraw that petition.
Indefinitely postpone.
Indefinitely postpone that petition.
I will take that as a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to indefinitely postpone Article number 16. Was there anything you wish to say?
That's correct.
That's it.
No other comments?
No other comments.
Okay. That having been said, I will ask for a vote on Article 16. All those of indefinite postponement, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2.
The green light's on.
Voting is indeed open.
Hello, Tom Nee from the Sidewalk and Bike Path Committee. I'm the chairman.
Do you want me to read the article?
Article 16 is indefinitely postponed. The vote was 182 to 2. Article 17, and then we'll have you speak. I'd like to get a motion first.
Article 17, subject, design and survey to establish existing conditions and layout of Washington Street for future sidewalks. I move that the town vote to transfer from available funds the sum of $265,200 to fund the costs of a survey to establish existing conditions and layout of Washington Street, and to fund the design and engineering of a sidewalk and associated pedestrian improvements, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $265,200 from free cash, said funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager and with the recommendation of the Sidewalk and Bike Path Committee.
Second.
The Board of Selectmen voted 5-0 to recommend. The Finance Committee reconvened this morning and also voted unanimously to support. Fiscal Advisory voted to support as well.
Very good. I thank you. Please, you want to speak to your article?
Yes, please. Thomas Nee, 590 Bay Road. Sorry for jumping the gun on that.
No problem. We're all anxious to go home.
Yes. I'm the chairman of the Sidewalk and Bike Path Committee. We've put together this article. We've gathered a lot of support for it. I'd like to introduce at this time Elaine Philbrick, who is a member of our committee, and she's also the president of the Duxbury Town Path Council, a independent charitable organization that has raised funds for sidewalks in the past, and they are currently in a campaign right now. And I don't know if anyone has picked up the presentation materials on the tables out there, but Elaine is going to be talking to these slides that are printed in this presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Article 17 is the result of many years of work by town officials, residents, and the Sidewalk Committee. The need for a safe pedestrian path along Washington Street is very clear. The Town Complete Streets Prioritization Plan identified Washington Street as an area of top priority due to it having a high number of pedestrian accidents, including a fatality 2 years ago. It is also the most popular street for pedestrians, having a high number of streets feeding into it, leading to the school campus, and it connects 3 business districts, the Maritime School, and the South Shore Conservatory. The photo shown in our slide is a common sight along Washington Street, with pedestrians sharing the road with trucks and cars, especially when there's snow on the ground. This is one of the 3 gaps in the sidewalk, which in total are half the street, or 1 mile. But if you were to drive down Washington Street today, you would see lots of signs on both sides of the street showing community support for a completed safe sidewalk. Article 17 also corrects an issue of fairness for homeowners on the west side of the street, who either have an existing sidewalk or a roughly designated footpath on or abutting their property. All of the homeowners currently have legal exposure for a trip and fall, and also an obligation to shovel snow, as the land is not identified as town land, and the town has no records of any easements given to them. The town has so far volunteered to do the snow removal, but could stop any time, and if not done soon enough and there were an accident, the homeowner could be liable. Article 17 would properly give the legal responsibility for the sidewalk to the town, as property lines will be established and the town will agree to take an easement for a sidewalk if private property. People have asked, what if the survey shows private land? Will the homeowners give an easement for the sidewalk, and what happens if they don't? Homeowners have an incentive to allow the town an easement for a sidewalk if necessary to eliminate their legal risk and to increase their property values. However, it's expected the survey will show town land at least 5 feet outside the asphalt road. And worst case, if there is not enough room on one side of the road and a homeowner doesn't give permission, then it's possible to shift the road the extra few feet to make room. An ADA compliant sidewalk is 5 feet. And where utility poles or hydrants are involved, which are too expensive to move, an ADA compliant sidewalk is allowed to be 3 feet. I want to clearly mention that eminent domain is not an option. The town is very clear that will not be considered. The Article 17 funding request is for $265,000, which is for a survey of $210,000 and sidewalk engineering design for $55,000 for Phase 1. The survey is for the entire 2-mile length of Washington Street. Unfortunately, a survey of less than the full street would not be much less in price, would be more expensive to do in pieces, and it would not allow the town to determine the street layout. The town needs a completed sidewalk design in order to apply for state construction funds. Phase 1, which is from the Bluefish River Bridge to Fort Hill Lane, was chosen because it has as the first section of the sidewalk to be completed, as it is the highest priority section. It has high foot traffic, was the site of our fatality, and the homeowners on the west side of Phase 1 are in favor of the town putting in a safe pedestrian path. The town will have control over the look and feel of the sidewalk, which will be carefully reviewed by the Sidewalk and Bike Path Committee, who will hold open public meetings to ensure it matches the town's aesthetic. We expect it will show proof of concept for the other sections. While not guaranteed, Duxbury is well positioned to be successful in applying for state construction funds.
We have the direst need in all of Greater Boston, as Duxbury is the worst town inside Route 495 for walkability. We are ranked last out of 101 towns by the Metropolitan Area Planning Council in their report, the Boston Region's Pedestrian Transportation Plan, with only 1% of our streets having a sidewalk. Also, our town has never gotten state DOT funds before for a sidewalk. Washington Street has many feeder streets and several schools, including Maritime and Conservatory, the 3 business districts I mentioned, and the town common along its length, making a compelling case for tying it together with a sidewalk. Washington Street qualifies for 3 different funding programs: Complete Streets, Safe Routes to School, and the American Rescue Plan. Duxbury can apply to both of the first 2 at the same time to boost its chances of success, and the programs will coordinate in its awards to us. Duxbury has already invested funds in a Complete Streets consultant to help with its application, and it has been a longtime member of Safe Routes to School, spending years investing in hosting their Bike to School Day, allowing them to give bike safety talks in our schools, and hosting their liaison at sidewalk meetings, all with the goal of making ourselves the most attractive eligible candidate for its funding we can. Both programs do not require any contribution or matching funds by the town. For the American Rescue Plan, State Representative Josh Cutler has been successful at using it for different Duxbury projects, including an ADA-compliant path at Bay Farm. The survey of Washington Street has additional valuable benefits to the Planning Department, DPW, and property owners. With the successful award of construction funds, Duxbury will have a positive return on investment, though I hope that town residents think that a safe pedestrian path for adults and school children on our most popular, historic, and signature street from flagpole to flagpole is truly priceless.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Just a comment?
Yes. Over, a woman here on my right, if you introduce yourself.
Kathy Palmer again. As you know, I live on Powder Point, but I walk down Washington Street a lot. I walk down Washington Street. I am a walker. And yes, it would be wonderful to have a sidewalk. However, when I moved to Duxbury, I was told that this measure came up a number of times and was always defeated because it would be too costly because of eminent domain and making the sidewalks ADA compliant. So it sounds like this time around you guys have addressed some of those issues, that we would not, it would not be so uncostly that we couldn't afford it. So, you know, if you can do that, great. You know, that street, and I would have one more suggestion. At 3 o'clock, never try to walk down Washington Street, because that's when the high school kids get out. And they race down Washington Street. I would recommend that a police car be stationed there at 3 o'clock on school days to prevent pedestrians from being killed. Thank you.
Hi. I'm Sally Miller, 309 Washington Street. Over the last 39 years, my husband and I raised 2 children, had 5 dogs, and now we have 2 grandchildren. I walk Washington Street and nearby streets nearly every day. As I walk the edge of the street, I want to thank those drivers who are kind enough to slow down and move safely towards the center line when they encounter walkers and strollers. As a walker, you can only get so far off of the road, particularly in areas that have no edge clearance. Unfortunately, not every vehicle slows down or moves. There have been so many times cars have come perilously close to me. After almost being hit while walking with my grandkids, I've had to resort to using this method in order to alert oncoming cars to give clearance as they pass. And even this, there's no guarantee they will pass safely. These 3,000-pound vehicles are often close enough that I could hit the passenger door with my hand or put my dog waste bag that I'm taking home on the hood of the car. It's very frightening to be that close to a car moving almost 30 miles per hour by you. All pedestrians would benefit from the safety of sidewalks on Washington Street. I strongly support funding the sidewalk study and hopefully the eventual continuation of the sidewalks from Hall's Corner to the flagpole at Bluefish River. Thank you.
I appreciate that people are in favor of this. I'm hoping that perhaps some people who want to speak have some questions.
My name is Joanne Kingsley, and I live on Lakeshore Drive, which has no sidewalks and hilly, blind corners and all. However, I do feel that Washington Street, there is a solution that might be less costly and not a lot of money, which in Duxbury is probably unheard of. But if that street, for that 2 miles, was made one way, would allow for bicycles and walkers and make it a lot safer and not destroy any of the beauty or affect any of the homeowners. Many streets in towns have gone to one way. If they want to make Lakeshore Drive on my street, on side of town, we have a one-way thing. It's a mile and a half long, and we'd walk down Birch Street. You could still get out each way. If you have an option, why not take the less expensive if it would work? Washington Street has many side streets that can go up to 3A. We're talking a 2-mile area that would make it safe for bikers, walkers, and not be potentially costly and still allow for people to enjoy that area. And I know town notoriously likes to spend a lot of money, but I think that this is a way that could actually be safe and not destroy the aesthetics of the town. And I did present it, but I was shot down. I found out, and I think I emailed somebody a message in the finance that this was, I looked into it. There's many streets. I know we've decreased the speeds on the streets, and that was done in August, in the middle of the summer. No one knew about it. Only certain streets were done. But there's many streets. It's not just the speed. If you have roadways that have constant traffic, with a one-way thing, the cars would only be going one way. It would probably decrease the volume as well as the speed along that street and actually preserve the street probably longer. And that's all I had to say. If you ever want to do it on Lakeshore Drive on the other side of town, I definitely would go for that because we have to dodge cars. You can't even see when they're coming around the corners. So this is pretty much a straightaway, and people would really enjoy that area as well as the bicycles and without a lot of cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Lampert.
I did have 1 or 2 questions. And I think the first question is, my understanding has been that the goal at the moment is to get the survey accomplished so that we can then get Complete Streets to pay for the construction. Is that correct?
Do we have an answer?
That is correct, but I need to add that we need to have the design paid for as well. So we need the survey plus the design to get the construction funds.
But the present plan is that the actual construction would be paid for not by taxpayers, but by Complete Streets?
That is correct. It would be State Department of Transportation money.
So hopefully there would not be any town money involved in that part.
That's right. We do not need to contribute any funds or match any funds. It would be 100% construction funded by the state.
And the second question is related. We were talking about might have to do some street movement. Would that cost be included in what we would get from Complete Streets?
I'm so sorry, Jim. Could you please repeat that?
Yeah, there was talk about the survey may prove that to have room for sidewalks, probably at some points on the west side, we would have to move Washington Street somewhat to the east, if I understood it correctly. If that's so, my real question then is, does Complete Streets pay for that part of the cost, or would that cost have to be paid for by the town, or at least accomplished by Peter Butkus and his crews?
That's a great question. If the homeowner doesn't, if it's private property and the homeowner doesn't give an easement, and we do have to move the street, I believe that's included in the construction cost.
Thank you.
Please.
Hi, I'm Suki Amory, 18 Puritan Road. The first is probably a dumb question, but let me ask it. Are the sidewalks being considered for both sides of the road or just one?
Only for the west side of the street. That is where there is the most existing sidewalk now.
Yep.
We've measured the sidewalk on both sides. It is the most likely side to have room. And then also nobody wants people crossing the street.
Right.
So we needed to keep it on one side, west side.
Second question relates to, will you consider in the design or the planning a permeable surface? I'm concerned about further paving in the town. We're having such heavy rains now, and we need to, find a place in the ground for this heavy rain to go. So.
And I can tell you the sidewalk committee fully agrees with your sentiment. We feel also very strongly that we need a permeable surface, and there are several ADA compliant surfaces that are permeable. We absolutely agree.
You just won me over. That's great.
Nancy Kolstad. I live at 612 Washington Street. So my children were impacted from the accident that happened on June 10th, 2019. They actually have bedrooms in the front of the house and were visually seeing what was going on out there. It has emphatically impacted their lives today. With that, I say just with these comments that we've shared today and what the plan is for that, we're looking for our end of Washington Street to be the proof of concept, to show how we can have a sidewalk, and a sidewalk unlike others that may be in town, such as Chestnut Street, but ones that do have almost a pea stone type of sidewalk that's just on the edge. It's not a raised concrete. We're not moving hydrants. We're not moving telephone poles. It's in the aesthetics with what we have in our town of Washington Street in that area. And I hope you support it so that we can get out and keep our healthy lives and get out in our neighborhoods.
Thank you. I'm sensing a certain level of sameness in the comments I'm hearing, and I'm wondering again, are there any particular questions? Anybody have a question that they want to ask? Because there have been some very good questions I've heard. Before I call back on you, I want to know if there's anybody else that would like to, please.
Thank you. Lois McEwen. I live on Pine Hill Avenue. We've been there 45 years, and we walk a lot. And I just, being a school teacher here for 35 years, I want to say this. There are just as many children on the Millbrook edge as there are on the Washington Street edge going down to Subway and everywhere else there, Fafa's when it's open and so forth. So we have a lot of walking situations in Millbrook area. And I'm just as concerned about a sidewalk going into Railroad Avenue, which I've been kind of thinking about, or anywhere else on Alden Street. We have a lot of walkers. We have lots of parents who pick up and deliver, and not too many on buses that are in our usual area. Now, my husband and I walk to Washington Street. We come down Bluefish and take a right, or we come through Lovers Lane or Abrams Hill. And we just have to be very mindful, all of us. I feel bad about the death that occurred, that impacted my grandchildren. They were here at that time and heard us talking. But I also feel as though if we're going to mention one particular street, that we need to think of all of the areas in our area that are sidewalk deficient, not just one street. That's
Thank
it.
you. Please.
Briefly again, Valerie Massard, Acting Town Planner for Duxbury. We do intend to apply this spring for sidewalk improvements in and around the area of Millbrook. We don't need to do the survey for that, so that's actually a higher priority because we couldn't advance with Washington Street yet. So that is a very high priority area and the town hears you. The town has a complete streets policy that will require public input, and the goal is to keep in the character of the town with any of the sidewalks that the town were to put in. So I think that the town hears you in terms of its policies and its process that's in place to impact the town in terms of walkability. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Yeah, I'm Bill Tenor. I live at the corner of Washington and Water Street and have for 22 years and watch traffic about 10 feet away from my house, moving by the house, and I'm so delighted to see the speeds have already been removed, and I think the speeds have been lessened, rather diminished on Washington Street to 25 miles an hour and 20, and I think that makes a big difference. But Washington Street still doesn't have broad enforcement, as any of the walkers have already noted, and so I think that would be an appropriate thing to do. But particularly I'm concerned and have a question about the street. If the street is moved, will there be any widening allowed? I think that keeping the street narrow and where the sections of Washington Street are narrow, people have a tendency to slow down, and I think we need to slow them down to the extent we can, and not broadening, as I think the tendency is when you move when you do any projections on streets, we often widen them. So I would like to see the section kept narrow, and if there's some way in which there's a design standard that we could apply to keep the street as narrow as possible, allow the sidewalk in, but constrain the car, keep the speeds down, and I think that improves the quality of life for the walkers, the bikers, and even the drivers who drive it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning. I'm Kristen Rapp from 20 Ryan's Lane. I'm a member of the Planning Board, which voted unanimously to support this article. Please join me in voting yes to fund the cost of a survey of Washington Street, as well as the engineering design of a section near Bluefish. I'd like to leave you with 3 thoughts today: community vision, be proactive, and let's get some answers. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts requires towns to periodically develop a master plan to provide a basis of decision-making regarding the long-term physical development of its town. In 2019, our selectmen voted to approve Envision Duxbury, which is the comprehensive plan for Duxbury that was developed with the input from over 1,500 participants. Envision Duxbury is the community vision that guides us in the physical development of our town. I'd like to share with you several goals from this plan that can help frame our conversation today. One transportation and connectivity goal is to create walkable economic centers. One land use and zoning goal is to improve nodes of current activity as walkable, amenity-rich neighborhood centers. And one housing goal is to use residential improvements to strengthen walkability and improve multimodal connections. From these, it's clear that Duxbury residents have placed a high priority on walkable places within our town. And as evidenced by the long line of speakers today, there is strong interest in providing safe passage along Washington Street for our walking residents. So let's vote as a community to fund the cost of this survey and the engineering study. With this information, we can begin to have discussions with our neighbors, and together we can make decisions about what a sidewalk or a series of sidewalks could look like. So let's get some answers, let's be proactive, and let's begin to fulfill the vision that was created in our master plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Joanne Kingsley, Lakeshore Drive. I understand the prevalence of this, but you also have a bus on this side of town. On the other side of town on 53, part of our street's in Pembroke. So now where do we fall? We can't even go to the state because you'd have to go through 2 different towns. And we don't have a speed limit put on our street, which is a cut through from 2 different main streets, from Birch Street and Chapel Street. And there is very little interest of putting any buses on that side of town. So there's no sidewalks, there's no speed limit determined, there's no public transportation. So if this goes through, shouldn't everybody in this town have a right to have sidewalks on their streets so that they can walk without jumping into the bushes when the cars come at them or the garbage trucks? Enough is enough. I understand it, but there are cheaper ways, and if you're going to do it for one, it's about time you did it for the whole town, because the whole town is paying taxes.
Thank you. Are we ready for a vote now? I mean, I think people's positions are hardened. I don't think there's a lot of ambiguity how people feel at this point. So I'll call for a vote on Article 17 to establish existing conditions and layouts for sidewalks on Washington Street. You can vote now. Voting is now open. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now closed, and the motion passes 234 to 32. We are now coming up on a series of CPC articles, community preservation, and has been our practice in the past. Holly Morris will come up and talk about the finances and funding that goes on, and then we'll start to accept motions. Her information covers really several motions, and so we will be enlightened for when we get to them. Thank you.
Do you want to start your motion, or no? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Holly Morris. I'm the chair of the CPC Community Preservation Committee, and I represent a committee of 7 members. That's Tony Kelso, who's the town historian and member at large, Kathy Palmer, member at large, Tag Carpenter of the Historical Commission, Kathy Cross of the Open Space Committee, David Udy of the Planning Board, Paul McCormick of the Housing Authority. Paul is moving to warmer climates, but on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank him for his many contributions. And I represent the Conservation Commission. I'd like to give a quick overview of the CPC financials, and there were copies of these on the table. They're lovely colored handouts. The CPA surcharge is 1% of your real estate tax bill. As demonstrated by the bar graph, collections are in lockstep with the assessed valuation of real and personal property. The median single-family CPA surcharge as of November 21 was $75.13. So let's talk about leverage. To date, we have put over $27.8 million to work since 2002. Nearly $10 million of that is derived from the state matching funds, and nearly $5 million from state and federal funds and donations. Looking at the pie chart, the lion's share has been used for open space, or roughly 66.9%. Historic preservation accounted for roughly 18.8%, affordable housing for nearly 11.7%, and recreation for roughly 3.8%. We, and that means all of us in this room and town, have protected 960 acres of land for the protection of our water supply and wildlife habitat, to preserve farming and access to the bay, and land for playing fields and passive recreation. We have provided funding for the restoration of the Keene Mill site and the Island Creek Fish Ladder. We have undertaken 30 historic projects and surveys and supported 12 affordable housing projects and programs. We have also funded 8 recreational projects and studies. In January of this year, we received good news. A distribution of $10 million in state budget surplus funds was deposited in the CPA Trust Fund, which is where we get our state matching funds. We received an additional $25,165, which bumped up our matching funds to $246,843, or a 43.8% match, which is an excellent return on our money. For fiscal year 2023, we are projecting surcharge receipts of $602,174, that's coming from your tax dollars, and a state match of roughly $225,000. 5%, or $41,358 of the money, is allocated for administrative purposes. 30%, or $248,150, is divided evenly, depositing $82,716.90 into each of the 3 purposes. So the adjusted balances for historic preservation will be $236,487. For affordable or community housing will be $157,880. And open space will be $211,889. So our reserves are growing slowly, but barely keeping up with anticipated needs. The annual estimated revenue after these allocations, this is essentially the money that's remaining, is estimated at $537,659. And this money will eventually be deposited into the CPA undesignated fund balance after certification. So recall that in the fall of the special town meeting, we were fortunate to acquire 64.7 acres of the Pink property. And we appropriated $2.1 million for that acquisition. To pay for this, we drew $600,000 from the CPA undesignated fund balance, and the remaining $1.5 million was borrowed. In addition, we have $525,000 in outstanding debt for the 761 Temple Street property, for a combined debt of $2,025,000. Article 18 calls for the payment of short-term debt service for these two properties for the amount of $213,600. Again, drawing down the undesignated fund balance to an adjusted balance of $301,600. We are looking to bond for a 15-year term. Now, Rainey Reed appointed members for the Harrington Property Working Group. The committee met for the first time on the lawn on a warm summer evening at the Harrington property, and it was beautiful. After many meetings, the committee recommends the division of the property for open space and some affordable housing. The house and one adjoining lot that was originally considered for affordable housing will be sold together, and they will be protected under a preservation restriction. Sale proceeds will be used to reduce the debt, and Tag Carpenter will discuss this further in Article 21. For your consideration, in 2014, the CPA surcharge was reduced from 3% to 1%, largely due to capital expenditures for the new school, new police station, and expansion of the fire department. Surcharge receipts and matching state funds fell by 2/3, and we lost the opportunity to receive multiple rounds of CPA trust funds. In addition, 2 exemptions were approved. The exemption of $100,000 of your property's assessed value, and a person who qualifies for low-income housing or low or moderate senior housing is exempt from the surcharge. Since then, property values have risen significantly. Land that buffers our drinking water supply and riparian corridors, land that may serve for affordable housing, and land that may be used for recreational purposes. Expenses for historic preservation and renovation or athletic fields have also skyrocketed. If we are committed to the preservation of our many resources, which support our quality of life and that of our families, then I ask you to consider an increase in the CPA surcharge. Burdened by debt service is not a fiscally responsible option. Finally, on behalf of the CPC, I would like to thank Pat Loring, who has contributed so much to our town and is dedicated to the protection of our natural and historic resources. Working with Town Council, she has undertaken a remarkable number of conservation restrictions, including the preservation restriction for 761 Temple, ensuring the preservation of our invaluable land and our history. And last but not least, on behalf of the yes. And last but not least, I'd like to thank, on behalf of the committee, Joe Grady for his outstanding work. His foresight and dedication to the preservation of our town's many resources has been extraordinary. He spearheaded land acquisitions to protect our water supply, landscapes, and that support biodiversity and provide buffers to development and farmland, which has played an important role in the history of our town. He developed relationships with landowners that go back for decades, establishing their trust and securing fair negotiations. And with the help of Peter Butkus and his team, including volunteers, these lands have been well maintained and appreciated by so many people. Thank you, Joe. And thank you for your support for the CPA program.
Mrs. Sullivan, Article 18.
PC Operating Fund. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $254,958.50 from the Community Preservation Act Fund FY 2023, anticipated revenues for the purpose of meeting the requirements of the Community Preservation Act in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44B, for the administrative expenses and charges for operation in the amount of $41,358.50, and for debt service in the amount of $213,600 for the Community Preservation Committee, all for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023, inclusive.
Second.
This was supported by the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee unanimously. Ooh, that's ugly. It was you. Yes, it was.
I think you may be able to hear me, and I don't know. Do we have people in the other rooms? We do. That becomes problematic. Oh, we're working again? Wonderful. Are there any questions? I promise it won't make that sound for you. Okay. Seeing no questions, I'll ask for a vote on Article 18, the operating fund. As soon as it turns green, you can vote. And voting is closed. Article passes 181 to 16. Article 19, Mrs. Sullivan.
C, allocations. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $248,150.70 from the Community Preservation Act Fund FY 2022, anticipated revenues for the purpose of meeting the requirements of the Community Preservation Act, Mass General Law, Chapter 44B, Section 6, with $82,716.90 of said amount reserved for open space, $82,716.90 of said reserved for community housing, parentheses, affordable, close parens, and $82,716.90 of said amount reserved for historic resources, preservation.
Second.
Recommendations made by the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee were unanimously in favor.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, I'll ask for a vote on Article 19. Voting is now open. Voting is closed, And the measure motion passes 185 to 10. Yes, please, next article.
Article 20, subject CPC-Pickleball Courts Alden. I move that the town, upon recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee, appropriate the sum of $88,000 from the Community Preservation Unreserved Undesignated Fund Balance to renovate and convert a tennis court to pickleball courts at Alden Street to be expended under the direction of the town manager.
Second.
Article was supported by the Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and Fiscal Advisory unanimously.
Gordon, maybe in one of his last speeches.
Hopefully I don't blow this thing up here. Hi, Gordon Cushing, Recreation Director. I also live at 318 Tremont Street. So the article that you have in front of you is to convert a existing tennis court into 3 pickleball courts. Again, getting back to Alden Street, if you're at Alden Street and you're looking at the courts, there are 2 courts north and south, kind of back to back. There's one court on the east or westernmost side that's a basketball court. The proposal is to convert the court that's in the southernmost location from an existing tennis court that's in poor condition to 3 pickleball courts. That's actually, you can get 3 courts and pickleball courts in a place that has 1 tennis court. For those of you who don't know, you might be surprised, pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America in the older population, and I'm there now. So it started in the West and has swept the country. I mean, you can go on ESPN and watch people play in pickleball tournaments. We currently have over 450 people in our recreation program alone, in lessons and in leagues and things of that nature, and there's estimated to be over 750 people playing pickleball at the courts that are located at next to Tarkland, which CPC did going on 4 years ago now. They're extremely popular. They're actually overused. There's long wait times. And it's just a sport that's definitely not a fad. It keeps growing and growing. Some of you may ask, well, geez, if we take this court away from inventory, what do we have left? We still have 10 public courts in the town of Duxbury for tennis, even after we do this conversion. This will bring the inventory in town of Duxbury to 10 tennis courts remaining in town, spread out everywhere from the high school to Keene Street, and we'll bring our inventory for pickleball up to 9. This is a really needed project, and we intend to take the existing court and entirely replace and install brand new asphalt. The asphalt there is, I hate to say it, it's older than me now, and I used to play. I see Peter Palfrey in the audience there. You know, I think we played back there when we were 6 or 7 years old. So, the asphalt there is over 60 years old, and it's out. Its useful life. So the plan is we're going to rip that asphalt up and replace it. If you drive by there anytime after there's a rainstorm, you can see it's littered with puddles. So again, we'll take this money hopefully from CPC, which was again voted unanimously by the Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee and supported by Fiscal Advisory, and do the conversion of those courts, and I think will be a great addition to the town inventory. So I hope you can support it.
We have a question over here.
And I want to read a statement. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay. When are the courts, excuse me? Oh, Alyssa Merrick, 1 Alpheus Way, really Alden Street I live on. Question, when are the high school tennis courts available for use? Because we've run into issues using those tennis courts in the past.
I don't work for the school department in that aspect, but they're owned and controlled by the Duxbury Public Schools. So I've heard some people say, they have a hard time playing on those tennis courts during the school year, during certain times when they have programs there. That would be something that the athletic department would have to answer for that, but they clearly have first crack, if you will, at the school using those. And obviously there's a tennis team as well that uses those in the afternoon.
Right. Okay, thank you, because we've run into a lot of trouble using those courts. I just wanted to read an opposition letter that some of us that like both tennis and pickleball have to Article 20. This letter was written in opposition to Article 20, which proposes converting one of the Alden tennis courts into 3 pickleball courts on courts today that host portable nets for actually 4 pickleball courts. So basically, you can already today turn those tennis courts into 4 pickleball courts, and I do see people playing out there quite frequently doing that. For those of you that have lived here for a long time, you may have remembered that there are 3 tennis courts over at Alden Street. There were 3 tennis courts. Last year, one of those tennis courts was converted into a basketball court, and I think it's been wonderful for the community. I live right across the street. The kids have been wonderful, totally respectful. It's been great having that addition to the town. My worry is really that, that reduced the amount of tennis courts that are really owned by the town. Like you said, the high school owns the courts over at the high school, and we've had a very hard time being able to use those. But that actually reduced the availability of town-maintained courts by 18% when we took away that basketball court. So currently, really, our count was 5. There are really 5 maintained town courts, 1 at Keene, 2 at Wadsworth, and 2 at Alden. And the loss of another court would really further reduce the courts available by 20%, leaving only 4 courts in town and only 2/3 of the number of courts we had just a few years ago. So I understand it's a trend, but tennis has been around for a really long time, and people enjoy playing both, I think, now. So there are 6 town-maintained pickleball courts over at Tarkland, already really more than what we have for tennis courts in town. So I think, we could, instead of doing that, add portable tennis court nets, maybe in a shed or something, also have some basketballs in a little shed so that everyone can participate, and we can keep it so that both people can play pickleball there. I don't think the court's actually in that bad of shape. I've played there multiple times on both sides. So for less money, we could actually let 4 games of pickleball go on and still let the tennis players as well play there and save $88,000. Maybe just redo the other court like you did in Article 7 for $10,000 and would have $70,000 left, and everyone gets to play there. And it's not just for one purpose only. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rose Urell, 27 Evergreen Street, and I'm one of those old people that play pickleball. And it's been, for me, on a personal level, it's been great. I started playing 9 months ago, and I've met a wonderful group of people from Duxbury. It's a very strong community of people. We're there for each other through thick and thin. And it's not only that, but it is a sport that everyone can do. And I know people tend to say it's for older people because it's easy on your joints, but we have kids that are now coming over there, and it's wonderful to see youngsters playing, 12-year-olds playing with 80-year-olds. And it's just a wonderful sport, and it's more than just a sport. For the past 2 days in this cold weather and kind of damp weather, we had all 6 courts going and people waiting. I've passed on Tremont. I go up and down Tremont a lot, and I constantly look over at the tennis courts in Wadsworth, and they're empty. So I think there are tennis courts that are available. I know in the summer the high school has tennis courts, and they are available, and I've been told that they're not used all the time. So I think it's a great idea, and I think it's great to get young people playing pickleball, and if there's courts right there at Alden, I think more kids will be playing it also. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't think your microphone's on.
Hi,
There we go.
I'm Kate Riley from 9 Puritan Way, and I wanted to read a letter from Cindy Regan, and she's the president of the Friends of Duxbury Pickleball. On behalf of the Friends of Duxbury Pickleball and as an ambassador to USA Pickleball Association, a certified instructor, and the Duxbury Rec Specialist responsible for running the Duxbury Pickleball program, it is my strong recommendation to approve Article 20, the proposal to build 3 pickleball courts located at Alden Street behind the Duxbury Free Library. What is pickleball? Not only is it fun, social, active, and friendly, it's the fastest growing sport in America for 2 years now in a row. It is played on a badminton-sized court with paddles and a ball. The rules are simple and the game is very easy for beginners to learn, but can develop into a quick, fast-paced, competitive game for experienced players. The proposed courts will promote play, allow us to continue to implement pickleball in any recreational setting. We want to expose our future generations to this fun sport. What better location than behind the Duxbury Library and so close to the school campuses? Our program here in Duxbury has grown from 60 members to approximately 400 over the past 2 years. On any given day, you can come down to Tarkiln pickleball courts and see players ranging from the ages of 12 to 80 playing together. You do not often see this in many other sports. That being said, this is a multi-generational sport. We are in great need of additional courts. The new courts could also stimulate business for our local restaurants and shops in the surrounding area. Our pickleball community is passionate and inclusive. We are constantly working on ways to raise funds to maintain, repair, and improve the court conditions. Last summer, we held a private fundraiser, which raised approximately $4,500, which will be put to the aforesaid. Since then, we became a designated organization, the Friends of Duxbury Pickleball, a 501c3, status qualifying under 509A2. We created this in order to continue to promote our fundraising efforts on a larger scale. Please vote yes to Article 20, as pickleball continues to grow and be part of our sport landscape for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything new to add?
Yeah, Anthony Habayeb, 19 Plantation Drive. I have a question. I'm assuming the huge majority of the funding is to resurface and fix the facilities versus the actual lining for pickleball. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
It's the cost of ripping up the old court and putting the new one down.
Which I completely support. There's many courts in town that I think could benefit from that. So a question, in building on Alyssa's point, was there consideration that you can currently fit 4 pickleball matches on the current facility, so we go forward with resurfacing, but do not take away the use of tennis?
No, that really wasn't considered. The plan is that we are going to totally convert that court over from tennis to pickleball. And I guess where we're going down the different pathway is, in our opinion, my opinion as recreation director, there's enough inventory in town for tennis and pickleball once this is done. There's a really demonstrated need for extra pickleball courts, and it's our opinion that there's enough tennis courts in town that people still can play, and we see the use every day as we're driving around. It also adds a court on this side of the town, if you will, so that people have that. And the last thing I would say is, in the world of recreation, it's oftentimes planned that you have several different sports or uses in one complex, and this would add, pickleball, also tennis, and basketball in one area. So there were some advantages to that. But to answer your question, it really wasn't considered to just resurface it and put down portable nets and lines.
Thanks. So one more clarifying, the 10 total courts, high school is the majority of that number, correct?
The high school courts have 6, and like you said, there'll be 1 tennis court at Alden, 2 at Wadsworth, and 1 at Keene Street.
Okay, thank you. So the only consideration I'd maybe offer, but I don't necessarily feel there's a motion to put forward against it, is that in general, the tennis facilities, the courts are in pretty bad shape. And if there was an ability to actually have this court still remain usable for tennis, definitely support fixing up the facility, but to take it away from that use. Those other courts at the high school, really only 2 of them tend to be playable under a good day, even when. So we do have availability of tennis courts, but they aren't really in shape, and it feels a shame to lose this one option. So thank you.
Thank you.
Fred Dalton, 182 Bianca Road, and I just want to reiterate and stress the intergenerational aspect of pickleball there. I can't think of any other program where you have children from 12 or 13 years old playing with people that are 80 years old in the same endeavor. And I think that we should do anything we can to advance that and engender good relations between the youth of this community and the people my age.
Are we ready for a vote? Yes, okay. I'm going to call for a vote on Article 20, the CPC funds for the pickleball courts at Alden. You can now vote, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is open. Voting is over, and the motion passes 147 to 54. Article 21, please. And Article 21 is requires a 2/3 vote.
CPC Isaac Simmons Farm dedication. I move that the town vote to dedicate and designate the portions of the property located at 761 Temple Street and known as the Harrington property, and further to transfer the care, custody, and control of said property or portions thereof, and that the Board of Selectmen is hereby authorized to convey said parcels on such terms and conditions and for such consideration as the Board of Selectmen deem appropriate, as printed in the warrant.
Second.
This was supported by the Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and Fiscal Advisory unanimously.
Thank you. And I understand Mr. Carpenter is going to address this.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tad Carpenter, Summer Street. Sure, all the members of town meeting are familiar with the vote in 2020 August at a special town meeting to authorize the taking and purchase of the Harrington property. Try to make this brief. In July 2021, the town manager formed the Harrington Working Group, consisting of 12 volunteers from the town boards involved in this project. These include the Agricultural Commission, the Affordable Housing Trust, the Open Space Committee, the Community Preservation Committee, the Conservation Commission, the Historical Commission, and the Local Historic District Commission. I want to emphasize that this is an unprecedented collaboration among town boards, and it has presented an excellent opportunity for the town really to advance the state of community preservation and historic preservation. I want to bring forward some information about the town's financial position on this property. Since the purchase to date, the town has expended a total of $35,200 on the property. This is broken down into $16,200 for 2 years of insurance, $15,000 on utilities and maintenance, and about $4,000 for other legal and professional fees. This was funded by the amount in the 2020 article, and according to estimates, there's about $86,000 remaining in that article to cover ongoing expenses. Although there was a threat of a lawsuit from a prior developer, that has not materialized. The Harrington Working Group issues the following statement of public interest for the property. The Isaac Simmons Farmhouse at 761 Temple Street, taken by an act of town meeting in 2020 after a concerted effort by many citizens, is valued by the town and Commonwealth as a rare example of a pristine, rural, colonial farmstead. The preservation of the Simmons Farmhouse in its present form, with its associated pasture, in perpetuity, is in the public interest in order to maintain the neighborhood's character and retain the rural nature of this part of North Duxbury by preserving the open streetscape, modest structure, and views of the surrounding fields. This dedication article, as mentioned earlier, takes the step of permanently protecting the farmhouse pasture and residual land and allocates the parcels to the purpose under which they were funded. Critically, this article enables the sale of the house. As required by CPA regulations, the house and its 2.9 acres will be sold with a historic preservation restriction easement. After town meeting, the Harrison Working Group will begin marketing the home to find the lucky owner who will preserve and rehabilitate the farm and keep it more or less in its present form. I'll reiterate, just for clarity, we have 5 parcels, parcels 2202 and 03, totaling 3 acres on Laurel Street, will be retained by the town and dedicated to affordable housing. Parcels 2210 and 2201, 2.9 acres on Temple Street, will remain under the control of the Select Board to be sold, and parcel 22.5, which is 11 acres, including the pasture and the wetlands, will be managed by the Conservation Commission, and the pasture will remain in agricultural use. I want to provide some information about the affordable housing project because I know there's interest in this. There may be members of affordable housing who are more qualified to speak to this, but I'll just give you some information. The working group looked at the overall property, and while originally there was a plan for the 3 house lots on the corner with Laurel Street to be developed for affordable housing, because of the proximity to the house, it just made more sense to dedicate the corner lot to go with the house. So now we have 3 acres of affordable housing and 3 acres to be sold. Options considered for the 3-acre affordable housing site have included cottages or small homes, or duplexes, or possibly congregate housing. The neighborhood has been engaged by the Affordable Housing Trust to discuss these options, but because of the 40B project at Harlow Brook across the street, they're going to hold off on trying to make any decisions until the neighborhood has more certainty about the development that's going to be taking place. So finally, your affirmative vote on this article will enable the town to sell the house, reducing our expenses and generating some revenue. It will enable the Affordable Housing Trust to move forward with their community-driven planning process and for the Conservation Commission to manage the open space. Thank you.
And before we go any further, Town Council Jeff Blake has a few words he'd like to say.
Mr. Moderator, through you, I do want to make a minor correction. There is a lawsuit regarding this property, and it's simply for damages. The town has taken the property by eminent domain. Town owns the property. So the lawsuit, which is being covered by Insurance Council, has nothing to do with the title of this. It's only a damages case, so the town can certainly go forward with this article.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote on Article 21. Since it involves a transfer of property, it takes a 2/3 vote. And voting is now open. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now closed. The article passes 146 yes, 12 no. Article 22, Mrs.
Article 22,
Sullivan.
proposed amendment to the general bylaws related to fence viewer fees. I move that the town vote to amend the Town of Duxbury General Bylaw 7.1, Animal Control, by adding a new section 7.1.11 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee voted unanimously to support.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any questions? We do.
I would respectfully request that the town IP this article because it is reading that it's a section to the town animal control bylaw. And this particular article is geared towards farm environments, and that would fall under the health board. The health board oversees all the farms and regulates all the farms. Our animal control officer does go and inspect the farms. And the original reason this came is because of the farm watchers. It's supposed to go around, but it shouldn't be specific to just farms. It's supposed to be all farms. And the people that should have been involved were not involved. Our animal control officer was never consulted. Our DPW director, who was his boss, was never consulted. Tracy Mayo, our health agent, was never consulted, and her boss, Jim Wazalewski, was never consulted. So I understand why this was put together. I totally agree that we need fines. We haven't had new fines for 50 years. But the fact of the matter is, this was procedurally not done correctly. I feel like it's kind of a slap in the face to the people who are involved and who would be involved. Were never asked to join in the conversation, were not given the opportunity to give their input. And I really feel that this was rushed for all the wrong reasons. It does not, in the spirit of what they're trying to do, we have not included the people that should be speaking to this. So I'm asking that we IP this and do it procedurally correctly, so that all the people that are involved that are going to be handling this get to speak to this. Thank you.
And may I have your name and address for the record?
Susan Curtis, High Street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a second. Yeah, do I have a second for that? We have a second. I appreciate that you want to indefinitely postpone the article. I'm not going to accept that as a motion at this point in time, much as when this came up previously, because we've had no discussion on this at all. I may invite you back to make that motion again in a little bit, but I'd like to get some additional information out on the main article, on the main motion, before we go and change it. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article was brought to our office's attention, believe it or not, as a result of cows roaming up and down the streets. It was first made public, the article itself, the idea of it was first made public on January 18th, and then the language was finalized and made public on February 11th. And the Board of Selectmen voted to recommend the article on the 14th of February, and the Finance Committee voted to recommend the article on the 15th. So it's been available to the public for at least a month, or roughly a month, excuse me. What we need to be able to do is to assign a schedule of fines associated with the violation of allowing animals to roam around, because right now I think the fine is $5 and most people won't pay it. But in this case, we put together a fee structure that we believe would be more workable. And the language also allows the animal control officer or the assistant animal control officer, as appointed by me, or the town's fence viewers, or anybody else that I may designate, and in this case it may become the health agent or her assigned, to be able to enforce this. So we need the enforcement language to be able to help prevent this from happening.
Sue Schofield, 30 James Road. So, because I was kind of curious about this article. So the genesis of this article is because a cow was walking down the street? Is that what you said? I didn't...
Yes, that's correct. In fact, it wasn't just one instance. We've had several instances where people have had animals.
Of the one cow?
No,
or?
no, other animals in other parts of town, but we don't have any real teeth to be able to enforce the language.
Interesting. Okay, so because I know that chickens are becoming very popular in town and whatnot, so, but I do see all the signs around town saying that we're a farming community and we love farms and all that. So, and I hate too much government regulations, and it's just really a shame that we can't handle it in a more neighborly fashion, but that's just my input, so free the chickens.
If I may. We are a right-to-farm community, but that doesn't mean we're a right-to-farm community without regulations, and there's a big difference. So this just helps people still be able to enjoy that right, but just be able to put some regulations with it.
I'll recognize you, and then I'll go back to Mrs. Curtis.
Hello, my name is Jeff Starrick. I live on Plumfield Lane. I am unfortunately involved in a lot of the discussion that has occurred over the last couple of years. I just want to share with you one specific instance that happened on October 21st of last year, where one of the farm animals did get out of their property, crossed 5 different properties into the side yard where 3 children under the age of 7 were playing on a wonderful Sunday afternoon. This has been an ongoing discussion for the last couple of years with the animal control officer. There is no teeth in the bylaws. It is regular occurrence, and it just is what it is. So I'm basically here to validate kind of why it's on the books or being suggested today. If anybody'd like to chat, I'm always happy to have that conversation. We're working our way through the Board of Health, et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately, the town needs some teeth, basically, to find owners who just allow their farm animals to run the entire town. So with that, I would love the voters to support this today, and I thank you.
All right. Mrs. Curtis, you wanted to make a motion to indefinitely postpone this, and I will accept that motion now if you want to make it.
Two things. Is this on? One of two things. This all came about specifically for one farm that's been a repeat offender, and our amazing animal control officer has spoken to this person. The person has agreed to do a lot of things to prevent this from happening again. I personally believe that instead of rushing an article through that did not involve all the people that should have been part of this conversation, who can bring an enormous amount of experience, ideas, so on and so forth, should be involved in this. I think we end up with a much better bylaw if we do that. And since the one person that has been the troublesome person right along is really very committed to doing the right thing and getting this squared away, my recommendation would be to IP this and get all the parties together, all the people that I mentioned to you, the animal control officer, the DPW director, our health agent, and the inspectional services, because as far as the fence part goes, those people definitely need to be involved, because we have fencing for animals and we have fencing for residential and commercial. And I think that we can have a much better bylaw if we do this properly instead of rushing it through, because I don't think that it's so urgent that we need to do this, and having left out so many people that should have been part of this conversation. So if you don't want to IP it, I would encourage people to not pass this bylaw at this time.
So are you making a motion to indefinitely postpone this article?
We can do that.
Is that what you want to do?
If
Say
it's
yes or
not
no.
that, then I'd like to see people to vote it down. So we'll start with IP and then we'll go for
You
the
want to
how's that?
indefinitely postpone. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second to indefinitely postpone. I think we understand your reasons why. My sense is we don't need a lot more discussion, but I'm certainly open to having more discussion if people have anything else to say. Seeing no questions, I'm going to ask for a vote on whether or not to indefinitely postpone this article. As soon as we cue this up, we can now vote. If you vote yes, we will indefinitely postpone. That means we will take no action at this town meeting and come back at a further date. And if you say no, we will come back to the article, for which you'll be asked to say yes or no. Voting is closed. Vote to indefinitely postpone passes 83 to 67. Article 23.
Establishment of a revolving fund to be used for public safety communications. I move that the town vote to amend the department revolving funds bylaw, section 1-4-5 of the Town of Duxbury General Bylaws by adding a new public safety communications fund as printed in the warrant, except with the added condition of prior approval by the town manager for expenditures over $1,000.
Second.
The Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee did not support. Fiscal also did not support this article. No, they changed this one. Okay.
Thank you.
I can speak on this article?
Just 1 second. Is everybody clear on the recommendations of the various committees?
Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and Fiscal Advisory all voted no on this article.
All voted no. Okay, thank you. Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Adams, Finance Director. Just a little bit of history on why this was brought forward to town meeting. This article had been brought forward by the town manager and myself on behalf of our public safety departments and other departments who rely on public safety communications. A couple of years back, the police department had a capital item included on the capital plan to upgrade our communications from analog to digital. We were the last community in the surrounding towns to do so. The cost of the upgrade was over $380,000. In order to afford this capital item, we had to fund this article through borrowing. And at that time, it was discussed whether we could utilize revenue from a future cell tower to pay the debt. While this project was ultimately applied for through a grant and received, we never did need to issue any debt for the project. However, the idea of having a dedicated revenue source to pay for repairs and the eventual replacement of communications equipment in a timely manner did not go away. Making a one-time financial investment is not sufficient to effectively procure, operate, maintain, sustain, upgrade, and eventually replace public safety communications systems and equipment. Systems do require ongoing funding for upgrades, repairs, replacement, operations, and a revolving fund for this purpose would allow for this timely repairs and upgrades without having to go back to town meeting for further appropriation. Opponents of this article do fear that maybe other departments may come and dedicate certain revenue sources for their own consideration. However, consider that a revolving fund under Chapter 53E.5 can only be established as a bylaw change from a new revenue source that has not previously been used in the town's estimated revenues when setting the tax rate. The revenue source also cannot be a statutory fee. This ability to set up a revolving fund has been around for 30 years, and within that time has been used only 4 times. It was for the senior center fees, the Jaycox Farm, hazardous materials response, and also for regional dispatch services, the latter of which will be rescinded once enterprise fund becomes legislation. And interest earned on the revolving funds are credited to the general fund. They do not stay with the revolving fund. The cell tower behind the police station will bring in $28,800 per year in lease revenue, with an increase of 2% each year over a period of 10 years. The total value of the lease is then $315,352. While we are only starting with a $28,800 threshold in the first year, I anticipate that the threshold will increase in future years in line with the accumulated depreciation of our existing equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
I don't know if, oh, the mic is live.
The mic is live.
The mic is live. So the Finance Committee voted.
And could you give us your name?
Oh, my name, Kathleen Glenn.
Thank you.
The Finance Committee voted unanimously not to approve Article 23 for the following reasons. We don't consider it a best practice to allot general town revenues for a specific department's sole use. And the rental income from the lease of the tower is based on an agreement between the town and Verizon and should be included in the town's general fund. These funds should be used to support all town departments based on the greatest needs and best use for the benefit of all not a single department. Further, the $28,800 annual revenue generated from the Verizon Tower rental would not be adequate to recover from a catastrophic event to the tower. As such, it is recommended the tower should be included in the IT department's business continuity and disaster recovery plan. Lastly, all public safety requests for equipment, infrastructure, and technology that supports public safety radio communications is received through a well-defined and established capital light, or revenue transfer request. These well-established processes are in place to ensure oversight, transparency, traceability, and auditability of the request. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Mrs. McNabb.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I also want to reiterate that the Board of Selectmen, for very much the same reasons as the Finance Committee voted to ask town meeting not to recommend this article, and not to repeat myself too many times during this town meeting, but it's for much of the same reasons as I cited before, we cited, in that we don't want to earmark and restrain us when it comes to utilizing funds, just specifically for one purpose. It tends to be more transparent, as was, to do it otherwise. So I ask you not to recommend this article.
Chief Nord, you have some comments?
Just wanted to speak in favor of it, just so the audience knows why we collectively, police, fire, dispatch, and town manager and finance director thought this was a good idea. First point is this is new funding. It's not being taken away from anybody because of the construction of that cell tower. The second item is these portable radios are the fire service's lifeline. It's a multi-channel radio. It's $4,000. My line item for radio repair is $4,500. From time to time, these get damaged and broken beyond repair and need to be replaced immediately. There's one issued to every firefighter and one issued to every police officer in town. They're specialized where they have identification numbers built into them. So if a firefighter goes down, he hits his Mayday button, and it puts a distinct message back to dispatch and for everybody to hear it. So they're very important to us. And the third item about why public safety radios is there's a bylaw in this town that allows us to have exclusive rights to the tower to put our radio communications in that if we so choose. It's done in several towers in town already, and if we decided to use that, that would help us be able to fund that extra repeater or radio equipment that we utilize. Technology is advanced beyond my dreams when I first started. It's very expensive, but it's essential. So that was our rationale before.
Thank you. Any other comments? So I think we're ready for a vote on Article 23. As soon as we have that green light, voting is now open. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Motion fails. The vote is 55 yes, 80 no. Article 24.
Proposed amendment to the general bylaw by adding a new section 2.5. I move that the town vote to amend its general bylaws by adding a new section 2.5 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee voted unanimously to support.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to the general bylaw? Whoops. Getting ahead of it. Voting is now open. If you're in favor of making the change to the bylaw, press 1. If you're opposed, press 2. Voting is closed, and the motion passes 116 to 9. Article 25.
I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Second?
We have a motion to indefinitely postpone Article 25. I'll ask for a vote on Article 25 at this point. Voting is open. If you're in favor of indefinite postponement, press 1. Opposed, press 2.
These are my 3 favorite articles.
Vote to indefinitely postpone passes 113 to 11. Article 26, please.
I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
We have a vote. We have a, did I have a second?
Second.
We had a second on Article 26 to indefinitely postpone. And I know we are actually postponing a number of articles. This is a friendly indefinite postponement. The parties have all agreed that this is what we want to do. So, Article 26. We can now vote. 1 to indefinitely postpone, 2 to not.
Yeah, we are.
Voting is closed, and indefinite postpone passes 121 to 3. Article 27, please.
I move to indefinitely postpone this article.
Second?
This is a citizen's petition. Is the petitioner here?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It is our understanding, he's had a conversation with, if you could share that, please.
Yeah, oh, there we go. Hi, everybody. Yes, I spoke to the petitioner. He's in favor of indefinitely postponing and
Wants
asking.
to withdraw the article.
Absolutely. Yep.
So, with that information, we have a motion and a second. And pretty soon, we'll get to vote. We are now accepting votes. 1 to indefinitely postpone, 2 to vote no.
That was very little.
Voting is closed, and vote to indefinitely postpone carries 120 to 2. We have 2 other articles, and then we will come to the end of the town meeting. Article 28.
Proposed new local historic district, Keensbrook. I move that the town vote to create a new local historic district to be administered through the Duxbury General Bylaw, Chapter 12, and to update the official local historic district map of the town of Duxbury to include this new local historic district as printed in the warrant.
Second?
Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee voted unanimously to recommend.
So we have a motion and a second. We have done several of these local historic districts over the past several years. These are cases where the property owner is interested in voluntarily putting that on their property. It's not something that's being forced on them or extends beyond that individual parcel. I pass that along in case you haven't been aware of what's gone on in the past. It takes a 2/3 vote for this to pass. Are there any questions? Since there are no questions, I'll ask for a vote on Article 28. And voting is now open. This does take a 2/3 vote. Voting is closed. The motion passes 118 to 8. Article 29, Mrs. Sullivan.
Drum roll. Proposed new local historic district, Temple Street. I move that the town will vote to create a new local historic district to be administered through the Duxbury General Bylaw, Chapter 12, and to update the official local historic district map of the town of Duxbury to include this new local historic district as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee voted unanimously to support.
And this is a similar situation to what we had in the previous article, Article number 28. So I will ask for, unless somebody has a question, seeing none, I will ask for a vote on Article 29. We're easing up on it, I'm sure. We now can vote on Article 29. If in favor of it, press 1. It takes a 2/3 vote. Opposed, press 2. Motion passes 118 to 9. That completes the business in the warrant for the annual town meeting. I'll now entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. Sani Dai.
So moved.
Second.
Second, I have a motion to adjourn. We need to vote this. I can't voice vote it, although I think that's more fun. So I'd ask you to press 1 to end the meeting. As soon as it turns green. It has now turned green. We can. Two things. I remind you that change your clocks tonight, or you'll show up at church tomorrow at the odd time. And finally, 2 weeks from today, we get to vote on the DPW garage all over again. So if you were opposed to it today and still opposed to it, vote in 2 weeks. If you're in favor of it today and still in favor, you need to vote for it again in 2 weeks. I thank you, and there's one person who wants to stay. 108 other people say they've had enough and want to go home. So thank you very much